Good morning. What's going on? How are we doing? We are going to continue leveling. Druze. Hey, what's going on, Vor? How you doing, bud? Alright, so we're going to go somewhere else. Rook Raccoon, how you doing, bud? All right, we're going to share some here with Druze. Let's see. Hello, adventurer. No sleep till 60? No! Sleep till 60! Somebody should make that, someone should make that video. We'll try to share some of these with Druze, though. I mean, it's the problem is I'll be able to pull a lot of these. Can't wait for my life to settle back down so I can play again. But to be honest, I'm glad it kind of pushed back. Yeah, I mean, life gets in the way often. Definitely gets in the way often. Let's see. Why is that? Yeah, look at that. He's not even using any mana. That's nuts, man. He's not even using any mana. Bananas. Banana manas. Banana. 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 Oh yeah, he's clearing most of this. Yeah, this is not gonna work. Oh boy, I almost died there. Holy moly. Why am I taking so much damage? So much damage. Banana no mana, right? No banana mana. Oh shoot. Oh my goodness. We'll see. We'll see what happens here. I mean, charm killing in this is it's just as good as quad kiting. I'm thinking about doing that for my next character. My next run through is like playing a necro. Play a necromancer and do some charm killing with the necromancer. Do, 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 do. Have you ever tried reverse charm kiting? Yeah, that's the way you do it. I mean, it's absolutely the way that you do it. Like when people say that they're charm killing mobs, they're not using a charmed mob. They're not using a charmed mob to kill another mob, and that they're using the charm mob to get killed, and then charming another mob to kill it to get the XP. Yeah, absolutely. That's 100% how people are doing the charm killing very quickly. Just let me play. Like, yeah. Anybody that's... if you're trying to charm a different way, then you're doing it wrong. Absolutely doing it wrong. And that's why you have people that say that charm killing is not good, and it's because they don't know how to do it. Yeah, see, there's only one bat. Literally only one bat back here. Yeah, we can't do this. You can't have two people over here. There's not enough mobs. There's just simply not enough mobs. People used to say, "Oh, you can share that area and all this kind of crap." You can't. You can't share that area. Not with a high level. Anybody that's over like level 55, there might be like a couple mobs left at the end of a rotation, and that's it. What's gray? A melted penguin. Okay. I do need to get a res over there, though. I died last night, so technically I have 10% more XP than I'm currently showing. I just gotta get somebody over there to res me. I got lots of wood, though. Look at all that wood. I would have that much wood. What are the timers for rezzing and for corpse rotting? You can res... So 6 days, basically. 6 real-life days. After 6 days, your corpse will disappear. It will vanish. Then you have to go to town and have the like priest of discord kind of thing res you. The only problem is now that I'm 58, I think these mobs over here might start turning light blue where I'm going. You can adjust the text. So like if I right click here, you can scale the window. That's just one way to do it, and you can make the window bigger. And then make the, you know, so that'll make the text bigger. That's one way to do it. Oh, the text that you right-click? Yeah, when you right-click, this is pretty small as well. Yeah, I agree. I agree. Do they finally add the corpse retrieval system? It's been in for a while. I've never used it. But yeah, it's in the game. But that's after 6 days. I don't think you can use it prior to that. So like your corpse literally has to sit there for 6 days and disappear. Oops, not that one. Greater invis. Boop. Prevent rotting. Yeah, so, well, I mean, it doesn't prevent rotting, but you can get your corpse back after it rots. At least that's my understanding of how it works. Yeah, I've never used it, so. Oh boy, I gotta run all the way up to the Drakes. Way, way, way far away. Any recommendation for groups mid-30s? Yeah, the bottom of this ramp that I'm going to right now is pretty good. Oh. Ooh. Crunchy. What are Echo's Dust? How are they acquired? That's for enchanting materials. You have to disenchant magical items. There's also items that you can get through mining and herbalism that you can disenchant that are also magical items. They're called fronds and crystallized magic. Yeah. So if you go right over here and go down the ramp, that's right over here. That's level 30-ish stuff, like mid-30s. You can also go to... We do orcs. I don't remember what level the orcs are. I think you have to go in the cave, though. Vale of Zintar. There's a bunch of orcs that are outside. I think those are in the 20s, like mid to high 20s. But if you go inside, they get higher level. Okay, let's see. Screevar guards. No, thank you. We're just going to invis right past you guys. Right on past you all. Do 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 do. Hard to see already. Dag nabbit. I can't see nothing. There's probably going to be people over here too, which is the problem. Not a whole lot of places that you can quad kite as you get higher level. Good morning, Pity. How are you? So we'll see who's over here and what's going on. There's more mobs at least over here. This area can hold 2 people. Whereas that area where we're just at, it's 1 person. Like there's no getting around that. Doop, 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 doop. Oh, perfect. Well, we'll just set up right here, I guess. Why do people sit right there? I don't understand why people sit there. That's just it's kind of a silly spot. Bind ourselves over here. We'll see what we can do. I mean, there's a person over here quad kiting already, so that's not good. Yeah, we may not get a lot of XP today, which is poopy. But we'll see what happens. Yeah, see, these are light blue. I do not want to be over here. Ugh. Well, you know what? We may actually do something different today. for a little bit. Because this is not going to be good XP. I mean, it'll be some XP, but it's just not going to be great. And I'm not sure where else I could go other than, like... Ooh, I could go to the Giants. You know what? I might try that. I've never tried to quad kite Giants before. Wow. These die very quickly now. Like, those die very quickly now. That's nuts. Let's see how much XP we get. It's going to be slow, but Giants would be something different and fun. Could also do Cultist. Those are level, well, those are like 49 or something. Giants. Yeah, I don't think there's gonna be enough mobs over here with this guy charm killing. There's just not gonna be. It's not gonna happen. So yeah, let's go do the Giants. Why not? We'll try something different. To do that, we're gonna go to. It's the fastest way to get there. I guess Vale of Zentar. We can go there, and we can run there from there. I don't know if it's actually faster to go to the other zone line or not, but we'll go to Vale of Zentar zone line and go that way. We gotta go this way. This away, this away. Let's get our blink just in case. Any of the classes changes upcoming? Have you excited? Well, I mean, the Wizard's coming, which I am currently playing. The Spellblade, I'm interested to see what they're going to do with that. But I'm not really excited about it, but I'm interested to see what they're going to do with it. And then we don't know what the other two are going to be out of the 4 classes that are coming. I'm thinking Ranger might be one. But, yeah, we'll just have to see. Yeah, these Giants might be too tough, actually. They might be too hard to kill. I don't remember what level they are. They're higher level for sure. So I may not be able to actually quad kite them. And if that's the case, we're going to have to do something else today. I have some other things that I could do. Well, I could get on Criddle and work on alchemy. Or, yeah, work on my alchemy a little bit. Oh no, a desert creeper. What the heck? Is that a second desert creeper? What the bananas? Trying to think where there's other like level 50 mobs. Aren't there some what level of I don't know what level those mobs are. There's some stuff in Scarwood that's higher, but I want to say those are like the 40s. Like mid 40s. And I thought about, instead of going on my bike ride this morning, I thought about just getting on early. But I went on my bike ride, and that messed me all up. Yeah, the problem with the Giants, though, is they're so big. They're going to have, like, a huge hit range. They're also, like, level 57. So I don't know if I can even quad kite them. I'll probably run out of mana trying to quad kite them. LFG an option, or you're not enough people at your level? Oh, no, there's plenty of people. I'm trying to get to level 60, 100% solo. In under, well, at this point, kind of under 200 hours. Put the laptop up there, yeah. That would be fun. Now, there's plenty of people. I can get a group, but there's a huge problem with that. Grouping is way less XP, like ridiculously less XP than quad kiting or charm killing or whatever. Like, there's a lot of different ways you can XP solo that's just so much better. It's something that I feel like they need to fix, and they haven't. And they've kind of acknowledged it. Kind of, but not really. So yeah, these bandits over here, these sand giant bandits. We will see, we will see. That's a bummer. It's a huge bummer because it's really frustrating. Like, there's no reason for anyone to make a group more than 3 people. Unless you're just friends with the people. Then you could do it, but yeah, anything over that, it's just not worth it. And it's sad because this is supposed to be a group-focused game. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna sit right here. Actually, let's just try to do a quad kite and see what happens. We'll get these, and we'll get these. Oh boy. Alright, now we gotta bunch them up. Let's see if we can do this first. I don't know that we can. I mean, I can kite for a while. But I don't know if it's gonna be good XP or not. Yeah, like, look at that. Just to snare them, they're going to be able to hit me every time, which is silly. Oh, boy. Like, the hit range on these is just stupid. Oh, great. I only hit 3 of them. Are you kidding me? I can't even, like, cast the spell before they can hit me. Like, yeah, this isn't going to work either. Yeah, I'm literally hitting 2 mobs at once. See, so frustrating, dude. So frustrating. The hitboxes on these, their range is just massive. I was able to hit 3 there, but that wolf is far behind. Yeah, I'm not even going to be able to do this. Well, poop. I'm trying to think of where else I can go. There's really nowhere else that I can go to XP, unfortunately. So... I guess we're doing something different today until somebody leaves those areas. Let's go to... I pretty much have to XP at that one spot. Unfortunately. Like there's no other options at this level. I mean, there's cultists. I could try the cultists. They're right over here. Let's go see if we can pull cultists. The problem with those, I think, is going to be casters. They're also going to be probably light blue. I don't think they're level 50. Got on late. Was Chasm Mobs and Sungreet taken? Yeah. They are, unfortunately. I mean, I could also pull mobs out of there. They're caster mobs. Yeah, there's the harm touch mobs in there, so that wouldn't be good. Yeah, it's just very unfortunate. It just kind of sucks. So we might end up just playing the fighter for a while. I didn't really want to do that today, though. I think. Let's get over here and see what level these cultists are. I know that they're like 49-ish. If I can find some that are like 50, that would be fine. I could do those. 49 would also be okay. I think 48 though there are light blue. But I am worried about the casters in these groups. Yeah, see, those are light blue. But let's go deeper. Because they go up to 52 inside. I wouldn't be able to kill the ones inside, but they do go up to 52 inside. Initiate. Lookout. They need more zones. I mean, yeah, kinda. I mean, I can kill all of these out here. They're all light blue. Let's see what kind of XP I get out here. Like, we'll just use this spot right here. Because there's a lot of mobs right here. I mean, and if I can pull a bunch of these and like kill them quickly, It still might be decent XP. So there's 1, 2. Let's grab this one. And this one. Oh my gosh. All right, let's see how much XP I get here. Right there, okay. All right, these are gonna die really quickly. So that's the thing about this, is if there's enough mobs here, I could pull a bunch. Because I can kill these like relatively easily. Like, these are kind of a joke. And I get leather scraps out of it, so that's good. Wait, leather scraps, cotton scrap. These got to be 45. That's kind of the problem with these. Yoink. Come on, buddies. How many did I get? I got 5. Let's do that. This actually wouldn't be that bad of XP if, depending on how quickly I can kill these and how much mana I get back each time. Just octokite. I mean, I did it before. I did it at lower levels. I was just like kiting. I would kite a bunch. Because like you get 1,000 XP back, or mana back when you get a kill. Like, boop. So I get a lot of mana back. So potentially, yes, I could kite more mobs. See, those are padded leather, so that means those are over 45. So I think I just need to get higher level ones. See, that's a knight, Ashen Knight. I don't want to do those, but those would be good XP, because those would be dark blue. I wonder if I can get this guy. Ah, I got 4. Oh, okay. Well, whatever. We'll just leave that other guy by himself over there. We'll just let him walk around, you know, get some exercise. Doing the slow walk. Where is this? Had screen minimized. This is in Glass Flats behind the undead area. Oh, here it comes. mean, killing light blue mobs is still really good XP. So, I mean, we could do this. All right, let's get some mana back. I can do 375. Okay. It's just like I don't want to cast a single target. It's just not worth it. I do 4,000 damage for 400 mana. Or I can do 1,400 damage for 375 mana. Like, it's just such a drastic difference. Oh my gosh. All right, we're just going to snare this guy and camp out. I don't want to deal with that guy anymore. He's just annoying me. But I mean, this could be decent XP. It's actually not bad. And then somebody else comes over here and starts pulling mobs. Wonderful. Just can't go anywhere today. I literally can't go anywhere today. This is going to be a really big problem on early access. When you have a lot more people, it's going to be a really big issue. Because there's just not enough places for people to go. But, well, I mean, we'll have to see what happens when they fix the TTK or when they up the TTK and all that kind of stuff. You know, we'll have to see what happens when they do that too, because that's going to be another big difference. There's not enough mobs currently, but maybe there'll be enough later on. Oh, there goes the initiate. Hope they reconsider instances. They might do instancing at some point, but that's not the plan right now. Hello and good morning. I mean, I like the idea of no instances. I really do. Like, I don't want the game to have instances. The issue is that the game is too easy at the moment. Part of the main issue. It's way too easy, so I'm able to pull, like, I don't know, however many mobs I just killed over here. Isn't the world going to be like 70% larger? It is, yeah, but that's not until 1.0. Like, so eventually there will be a lot more things to do, but as the world grows, they're also going to allow more people to play on those servers. So it's not going to really fix the problem, because if right now they have 1,000 people on the server, you know, like, it depends on how much more of the world they make at what level. You know, like it just, we don't really know what's going to happen with that. We just have to wait and see, unfortunately. All right. Okay, so we've got 2 lookouts. Okay, let's do this. The pick system. I mean, the pick system has its benefits, but it also has its flaws. So it just depends on what you want. You know, like the pick system is great for if you have a lot of people and you want to be able to get XP, but then you also have to factor in how many items are coming into the game. Because a lot more items will be coming in, since people will be able to kill more mobs. Like, there's just going to be more named mobs up all the time. Oh boy. Oh boy. Have you brainstormed any ideas how they could mitigate some of the issues, lack of camps? I mean, there's a lot of ways. You could increase the TTK, which they're looking at doing. You could decrease spawn timers. You could increase the density of mobs. I mean, there's a dozen ways that I could come up with. Oops. I mean, this is actually not bad XP because there's a lot of mobs here, so it's really not that bad. Think that you're planning any of those? Yeah, they're increasing the TTK for sure. They're going to make the game more difficult, which is going to also change some things. So they're making changes. It's just a matter of when and what changes they make. I'm wondering if I can go up there and pull these mobs. It's definitely way too easy right now. I'm usually on the side of being okay with easier game, but right now it's too. Yeah, it's way too easy. Yeah, it's ridiculously easy, like stupidly easy. Which I like. I'm okay with some simplicity. You know, like the simplicity of the game is good. All right, so here's the issue here. We have 3 and then 2. And then we have a zealot in that group right there as well. I don't want the zealot. Because the zealot's going to be a caster. So we only want the non-casters. That other person coming in kind of messed me up. Level 10 group last night, we were absolutely melting bandits, and they were yellow and red con to me. Exactly. You know, like, you shouldn't be destroying yellow and red con mobs. Like, that's just ridiculous. Like, just crazy. Yeah, whoever did the balancing in this game was way off on their numbers. Like, way off on their numbers. Why not? I mean, they could do it that way if they really want to, sure. Like, you could be killing yellow and red con mobs. The problem is with doing that is you don't know what level a red con mob is. So if the idea is to always kill red con mobs, okay, well, what level? So you're going to be killing stuff that could be 3 levels higher, 5 levels, 20 levels? You don't know. So, like, that's the issue that I have with killing red... What the heck? One of these mobs actually resisted me? It's craziness. So that's the issue. Like, I think that if they want you to kill higher level mobs like that, like mobs that are higher level than you in a group, then they need to have another con color between yellow and red, like an orange. You know, like you gotta add some. You gotta add something in there. Like, how do we know what level the mobs are? Like, it's just gonna be a trial and error kind of thing. Yeah, exactly. Like. That's a silly game design. I feel like it's a silly game design. Let me go back over here to my little camp. Actually, let's. We're gonna try this out. We're gonna stay here for a little bit. This is actually not bad XP. Like, it's moving. So let me go over here and bind. And we'll mess around over here. Yeah, we'll just do this for a little bit until one of those other camps frees up. I mean, this will give me money too. You get lots of money over here. Now, I don't like the mobs and group mob thing. I despise that. And I really hope they don't do that. But, I mean, they could do that. That could be another route that they can go, is you have normal mobs and then you have group mobs. But I don't like that route. I like mobs to be strong, to where they're very difficult to defeat. You know, it's I don't know. I don't know how to explain it all. It's you know, everybody's gonna have their own opinion on it. Well, that's what I'm talking about. Just let me play the special color thing. So like mobs 1 or 2 levels higher than you could be yellow, and then 3 and 4 levels higher than you could be orange, and then mobs 5 plus could be red. You know, that's a way that they could do it, which I would prefer. And then if you want to do it that way, if you want to have it to where the idea is a full group kills mobs that are higher level than them, then you do yellows and orange mobs. And then like solo people would be doing blues and light blues. You know, like... So nobody giving Speed of the Wild today? Oh, there we go. There's a guy. Here, let's give this guy some coin. Here you go. Enjoy your coin, buddy. Pantheon added purple con to replace reds, and reds are now 6+ levels higher. Yeah, I mean, something like that would be good. Oh my gosh, dude. This entire gate system where, like, you gate and go to a safe spot in the zone, man, they got to fix that. Really need to fix that. Where am I kiting? Right now I'm just doing cultists because my normal kite spots are taken. Let's go over here. We're gonna do this a different way. So I'm doing these cultists over here, which are good, but not great, because there's just so many of them over here. It's glass flats. It is glass flats, yes. Hard to tell without the sandstorm. Now you put a sandstorm in there, you're like, oh, that's glass flats. Neat. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of desert biomes either. Not a huge fan. Well, we'll do this for a little bit. Maybe the other spot will free up, and we can go there and do that. Swamp is your favorite now? Yeah, the reason I don't like desert is because it's barren, right? Desert is fun for like a D&D campaign where you're making people travel and they have to travel through a desert. I feel like that's the fun part of that. When you're like, okay, you're traveling for the next couple of days, and one of those days you're literally having to travel through a desert. So you need to make sure you have enough water, enough food. How are you going to scrounge up food and water in that situation? You're going to have a heat situation. Like, how are you going to deal with that? And it's fun for like a low level campaign, you know, level 10 or less. I would say even like level 5. Because then they have to actually learn how to get through those areas, you know, like the harsh conditions. It's fun as a diversion. Yeah, exactly. Like traveling through those areas is what I'm talking about. Like, look at something like Lord of the Rings, you know? They didn't really stay in that treacherous mountain area very long. Like, they didn't show that because it's kind of boring. It's just them traveling. But it showed the trials and tribulations that they had to go through. I forgot to rebuff myself. No wonder I'm not having much luck here. Is this person seriously going to come over here and steal my mobs? Like, what the heck? And steal my campfire? Please don't come over here and do this. Don't be that guy. What? Why did you resist me, you little punk? The sunset looks pretty nice. Yeah, I like the visuals of this game. I very much like the visuals in this game. Well, yeah, I guess we'll do this for a little bit. Like, I don't want to move Criddle right now. So I'm trying to do something on the wizard, so I don't have to move Criddle. Okay, if I pull these three, will that pull? I don't know if that's going to pull all of those. Ah, junk. All right, well, that's fine. Oh boy, I don't want to do that. I killed myself last night because I accidentally nuked myself. Dang it. What? Which mana is this? I thought it was... Oh, it's 375. Oh, shoot. Oh my gosh, dude. Are you kidding me? These fizzles, man. They're always come at the worst time. I'm only seeing only humans can currently be Inquisitor. Are humans terribly blind at night? Every class is terribly blind at night unless you take infravision. It's an option at character creation. But humans don't have the option to take it. So yes, humans are blind at night. But I mean, I have never taken infravision on any of my characters. Yeah, it's not available to humans, but it's not worth taking. I've heard a lot of people aren't playing Inquisitor right now until new races with better night vision are released. That the entire night vision idea is kind of silly. Like, just go in here to your settings, and there you go. Night vision. And that's a thing that they can't really fix. And they can't really change. And if they take it away from the in-game settings, people are just going to adjust their monitors. They're going to adjust their video cards. Just do that. The entire idea of being able to be making yourself completely blind at night, it's. I think for an MMO, it's silly. I think it's silly. It doesn't add to the game for most people, and the problem is you're playing an online game. So for those people that choose to make the game more difficult for the dark, for the immersion and they have like all the dark and all that kind of stuff, right? They're choosing to do that, and then they're like, well, it's an unfair advantage that other people are not choosing to do that. And it's like, well, you are the one choosing to make it harder. I don't know what to say. I'd rather not hack Gamma to keep the game visuals as intended. Well, sure, keep the game visuals as intended, but don't make the game where you're completely blind all the dang time. I mean, the game... So here's the thing, right? If we go down to normal vision, this is normal vision. Let me take off my lamp. This is normal vision. You look up, look at all the stars in the sky, right? You have 3 moons in the sky. At night, you would be able to see better than this in real life. So, yeah, it's just kind of silly. Anyway, I'm not going to debate it with people because people are going to have their own opinions on it. People are going to be like, no, you shouldn't play that way. And some people, that's the problem with it, is people are going to play different ways. And if they have a gamma slider, they're going to use it. If they don't have a gamma slider, people are just going to turn up like, if you want to play where the game is dark, then play where the game is dark. You can make it darker by just taking the gamma slider and turning it down. If you want to play in the dark, then play in the dark. Like, that's a choice that you have. Like, everybody has that choice. But most people won't choose to do that. The one thing they are doing, though, is they are adding in a calibration, which I think it was the smart thing to do. So when you start up the game, eventually, they're going to be adding this in later. It's not currently a feature. When you start up the game, you're going to be doing a calibration, and that calibration is going to set what it's supposed to look like based on your settings, your room settings, everything about you, but what the game is supposed to look like. Then we can talk about, okay, that's what's intended, but we don't know what's intended. You have no idea what's intended currently because they don't have a calibration setting. So how dark is it supposed to be? Is it supposed to be this dark or this dark or this dark? Like, where is it supposed to be? We don't know. So for some people, it looks extremely dark. For others, not so dark. And that's going to depend on a lot of different things. One is going to be their settings on their monitor. Another's their settings on their computer. Another one's going to be the settings on, on different things, so different. I don't know. I just, the whole thing is just kind of silly to me. Like, people are going to have different preferences. So why just make the game super stinking dark? They need the calibration settings. All right. So this dude left, so he told me to come over. So I am taking over the camp. If darkness is part of the challenge, you need calibration 100%. Exactly. If they want to make darkness, like if they want to make that immersion be part of the game, then you need to have a calibration setting. Without the calibration setting, it just kind of ruins it. In my opinion, right? Like, and other people are going to have different opinions of it. So. The heck hit me? Oh, there's a snake over there. All right, bring me another snake. Ah, dang it. All these mobs are respawning, so now I'm getting like more than I wanted. Hang on a minute, we gotta fix this problem. What timer is the day-night cycle, actually? It's 3 minutes per hour. 3 real-life minutes per in-game hour. I know it's just me, but it seems that night lasts way longer. So... yeah, that's been brought up a few times. I've talked about it a little bit and brought it up with Sean in one of his streams. And the idea right now, or the way that it's currently set up, is that day is supposed to be 36 minutes, night is 36 minutes. The transition, however, is supposed to go into the night cycle. So what that means is... how many... I think there's only... let's get all these together. Okay, that's 4. What that means is that in that 36-minute night cycle... there we go. In that 36-minute night cycle, the transition from day to night and night to day happens during the 36 minutes of night. So... but people say that it still feels like night is longer, which, I don't know, may or may not be the case, but I feel like it's because of that day-night cycle transition time. Supposed to, but is it? That's exactly the thing. Yeah, is it actually that, or is it not? You know, I actually feel like those light blue con mobs technically might be better XP. I don't know. Like, I really don't know what's going to be better XP. I really need to test that out. Like, slaughtering, like, because I can kill so many of the light blue mobs. Like, my XP was actually moving over there fairly quickly. I would prefer to do this, though, because over here, it gives me some downtime to, like, read chat. Over there, I'd have way less downtime. XP per hour means more than XP per kill. It does, yeah. Faster XP because you can do more? Maybe. I mean, it depends. If there's enough mobs over there, and let's say that those mobs are giving 75... well, let's say, for easier math, let's say those mobs are giving 100 each, so I get 400 per quad kite, and I can kill 20 of them in 10 minutes. Right? So that would be... what, 2,000? Yeah, that's 2,000 XP. Over here, I could kill, let's say, 12 mobs, and they're giving 150 each. It would be 1,800. So, like, I don't know what the numbers are, but it's very possible that over there could be more XP. Because this might be 50% more XP per kill, but that might be, like, able to kill faster and more mobs. I honestly don't know. I feel like when I was killing light blue mobs at that Ashira Island, I was still getting really good XP. Like, crazy good XP. But it all boils down to how many mobs you can actually kill, you know, in like a rotation. All right. Hopefully these are now respawned. This is going to pull a beetle, isn't it? I don't like doing these with the beetles. The beetles are slower. They move slower. It's really annoying. Yeah, I mean, honestly, it might be better XP per hour over there. To be honest, like, it might be. I need to test that whole theory. Didn't know the mobs in that canyon at such high level. They are indeed. These mobs were put here a long time ago and then completely forgotten about. Do the math? We can't do the math because we don't know how much XP mobs give. That's the problem. You'd have to, well, I mean, what you'd have to do is, like, look at the bubbles, see how much you get over, like, kill so many mobs, and see how much XP you get. Yeah, it would be hard to test because we don't have actual numbers. But I was getting pretty decent XP over there. It wasn't bad. And you're getting money. That's the bigger thing. You're getting coin over there. I'm not getting anything over here other than XP. So I don't even know if this is better. But we're gonna stick over here now. Like, I like this spot. It definitely gives decent XP, so we're gonna stick to it. Do you see a percent to the south? You don't see any percentages now. You see this bar right here. That's all I can see. So each one of these blue bars, each time it fills up a blue to one of these lines, is 4%. And then, so 5 blue bars is 20%, which is 1 yellow. So each yellow is 20% for a full 100%. So that's the only way you can know how much XP you're getting. Which is kind of, yeah. Because EQ did it. Yeah, because EQ did it. I mean, the XP bar thing, I mean, a lot of games do that. Final Fantasy has the XP bar. You know, like World of Warcraft has an XP bar. Yeah. I mean, yeah, because I don't think, like, does Final Fantasy show XP percentage innately, or do you actually have to get an add-on for that? I'm pretty sure you had to get an add-on for it for World of Warcraft. Final Fantasy 11 shows real numbers. 14? You don't know about 14? Yeah. I don't know either. Honestly, I have no idea. You know, I want to say that Final Fantasy 14 shows the real numbers as well. Because it literally, like, when you do certain missions, it tells you how much XP you're going to get for doing that mission. WoW shows real XP numbers when you get, so no percentage bar. So you have to, like, oh, it shows it when you get it. Like, when you kill a mob, it shows you how much XP you get. I think I do remember that, yeah. Yeah, no, exactly. No one really grinds in Final Fantasy. Like, it's all questing for the first class, and then after that, you just do dungeon runs. Like the highest level dungeon run you can do. You just do that a few times, go to the next one. Do that a few times, do the next one. That's how I did it anyway. And I would do my daily and weekly dungeons on the class that I needed XP for. And it was just always really good. But whatever, we'll sit over here and do it this way. It's fine. But I do kind of want to check that. Like, I feel like mass slaughtering light blue mobs might be the way to go. Like, just whatever you can kill very quickly. That's the most mana efficient, too, for the mana classes. But for, like, a melee class, it would be whatever you can kill quickly without losing too much health. It's so fast at 14, it's a waste of time to do the math for min-maxing. It is, yeah. Yeah, the long campaign dungeons, they actually made those shorter. Remember that one, the level 50 campaign dungeon that would used to take like an hour and you get a ton of XP for it? They actually made that shorter. So it doesn't take nearly as long anymore. Yeah, like they cut the cutscenes down from it or something. They did something to it. I don't remember exactly what they did, but they no longer take like an hour to do. They also allowed you to skip the cutscenes now. At one point, I don't think you could skip the cutscenes. You had to watch them, and that was so tedious. Then they made it where you can skip them, and pretty much everybody skipped them. There were a few people that wouldn't skip them. But it wasn't really necessary. Like, there's always somebody in there that could just, like, basically solo it. You're playing your roulette around those unskippable cutscenes? Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Luckily, you only had to do those once a day. So you just do that one really long mission. And that was it. Okay, we got to make sure we stay away from these. This is where I died yesterday because I got too close. My corpse is right there. These mobs got too close to me, though, and I nuked myself for like 1,500 damage. Needless to say, I did not survive. Thematically, you want everyone to wait for everyone to see the story, but you can't with other people. No, you can't do that with other people. It was a really bad system. Like retroactively, it was a bad system. I guess is maybe that may not be the right word that I'm looking for, but it was a bad system as the game got older, because then if a new player came in, they were going through that mission. They wanted to watch all the cutscenes. Literally, the mission would be finished by the time you finish like the second cutscene, because there's so many cutscenes in there, and if somebody's watching the cutscenes, they would watch the first cutscene. Meanwhile, everybody else goes and does the next boss, and then there's an instant another cutscene that they just comes right up because they're not even fighting the next boss. And then by the time they finish like the second or third cutscene, everybody's finished with the dungeon and has moved on. Which I just, yeah, the whole thing was just kind of silly. The whole dungeon, yeah, exactly. It was clear during cutscenes. It was just, because we would blow through it very quickly. I remember going back when I was like level 70, 80, 90, doing those dungeons, and we would just blow through it super fast. I kind of want to go back and play Final Fantasy 14. I wouldn't mind doing some of the new content, the new DLC. I never actually did the story. I bought it, paid for like 6 months in advance, and then never played it. Just rolled an Elementals to try it out. Nice. You don't play anymore, you just listen to the soundtrack. Soundtrack is pretty good, yeah. Pretty good. They need to release the soundtrack for this game in a CD format or digital format that people can buy. But do people even buy songs anymore? I don't feel like anybody does. I haven't bought a CD or digital song in... I don't think I've ever bought a digital song, actually. Now that I think about it, I don't think I've literally ever bought a digital song. Final Fantasy 14 main story quest. Each quest turn gives you 11% XP, no matter what your level. Yeah, yeah. That's the thing. Like, it gives you 11%. So, like, you do it at the higher levels. You get a ton more XP. Yeah, I used to do that where, like, I would queue up on certain classes for those. So this is how I did my XPing, is I would queue up for a dungeon on a DPS class that was really high level, right? Like level 80 or something when I was trying to get to level 90. And then I would switch over and do quests on my lower level classes. So I would get XP for my lower level classes by doing random quests throughout the world while I'm waiting to get XP on my whichever class I'm trying to level up at the time. And it worked out pretty well. I did every single quest in that game. Like, not even a joke. Like, literally every single quest. Up to, like, a certain era or whatever. Wow, I only got 33, 200, 200. Wow, okay. But yeah, I did, like, every quest. I started the low-level stuff because I was doing that with my low-level characters. So I had, like, characters, that were, like, 90. But then I had a few characters that were lower level. So every time that I had lower-level characters, I would just do all the lower-level quests. And eventually, I built it up to where I did every single quest all the way up to, like, everything up to level 80, I think. Fates are cool. Yeah, I would do that too. So then once I ran out of quests to do, I would run around and do the fates with the lower level characters while I'm waiting for the queue on the higher level character. The Palace of the Dead, yeah, that stuff was always really fast XP. I never really got into that though. Wait, you're waiting 45 plus minutes as a tank? I used to instant queue as my tank. Do they? You can't instant queue as a tank anymore? That's crazy. Yeah, I literally used to instant queue as the tank. Like, just... No one doing... Oh, that's why no one's doing them? Yeah. You have to wait. Like, if you want to level up characters, you have to wait until an expansion hits. That's when you level up characters. At the beginning of an expansion. You level up your main character, get it to whatever max level, and then you just burn dungeons to level up all your other characters. At least that's what I did. But it might be because nobody's doing them because the Tower of the Dead stuff is so easy. Vile Bastard Sword or Dragon Sinew Bow harder to get? I don't know. The Vile Bastard Sword comes from... I think that's the one that comes from deep within Wormsbane, and it's kind of a rare drop. The Dragon Sinew Bow, I believe, is the one that is in Telekir, and I don't think it's a super rare drop, but it's slightly higher level. I don't know which one's harder to get. They also do pre-order bonuses, which is usually 20% XP earring. Yeah, I have those as well. I have like the XP bonus earring and whatever else they are. Someone wanted to trade you? I mean, I would just trade for whichever one. They're both eh. I got 11 level 100 jobs, and I haven't even been to finish the last epic story. Oh, really? Expansion pack? That's crazy. I only... mine are all 90. Well, I think a couple of my trade skill jobs I stopped at 80 because you only needed to be 80 to, like, repair your gear or whatever it was. So I think a couple of them I may have stopped at 80, but yeah. How do you get the Gattlevine? It's in the water. It's really annoying to get. I will say this about Final Fantasy 14 is they definitely they made it. Oh my gosh, dude, seriously. God bless these mobs, man. Mobs are so annoying when they stun you like that. They made it... it's probably the best game for catch-up mechanics. I feel like. Like, you can start that game a year, 2 years after your friend, and you can catch up relatively quickly. You won't catch up on the story? Well, I mean, eventually you'll catch up on the story, but yeah, that'll take a while. So, like, once you finish the story, though, you can just blast through some levels, blast through some gear. It's just super easy to catch up. So, like, yeah, that part, the story does take a while. Or, I mean, you can skip cutscenes and you can still catch up on story fairly quickly, too, if you're willing to skip all the cutscenes. Come on. There we go. It's out of mana there. One character you can do everything? Yeah, absolutely. I've loved that too. Absolutely love that. Now I don't have to go back to town. Love that Final Fantasy 14 lets you queue as one class and do something else in another class. Yeah, it's really nice. Yeah, I mean I love a lot of things that Final Fantasy 14 did. For the casual gamer, it's like the go-to game. For the hardcore gamer, When Sal wears off, you feel like slow-mo? You absolutely do, yeah. Speed of the Wild is just too good in this game. Just hate the crafting, or each a job set. Yeah, and you got to gear each one. Yeah, but I mean, the thing about the crafting system, it was super easy. Once you get the right items for it, and then you just kind of follow a little script, and you can level up all the crafts. And then you could do those little crafting jobs as well. Those little crafting quests or whatever they had. I remember doing those, and it was so easy to level up crafts. I only leveled them up enough, though, to be able to repair my gear. It's the only reason I did it. Well, not the only reason. The main reason I did it is just because I wanted all the jobs to be maxed out, but... Your level 100 mining pick took 6 million worth of mats to get. Wow. I remember, so I played Final Fantasy 14 when the game first launched. And I played it a bunch. Then I quit for years. And then I went back. But I made so much money when I played it originally that I had like 20 million gil when I quit. So I went back and I played it again, and I didn't need money at all. I just didn't need it. So that was really nice. Luckily, I was just filthy rich. At the time, I was like one of the richest players in the game, I think. When I quit. Because I think it caps out at what? Is it 99 million or is it 999 million? It caps out eventually. Yeah, I wouldn't like go past 90 either. Like, there's no reason. I would just leave it at the level 90 gear. Dang old snake. Dag nabbit. But yeah, I haven't played Final Fantasy 14 in a long time now. It's been several. Well, it's not a long time. Like it's been a couple years though. Like there was a big Final Fantasy kick where everybody started playing it a couple years ago, and I think it was right at the end of the big story campaign thing. You know what I'm talking about? Like when they wrapped up the old story and then they started a new story. A lot of people playing it back then. A lot of people were like returned to the game back then too. And that's when I went back and I played it for a bit. Next expansion pack, 110 comes out in January, so I figured it was time to upgrade. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I don't know if I'll ever go back to Final Fantasy 14. I every once in a while, I'm like, I want to go back and I want to play it because I really enjoy Final Fantasy 14. I like the... I don't know. There's something about it that I just enjoy. But, yeah, I don't know. I like to play games with friends. And unfortunately, the way my friends play games, they run out of things to do in that game very quickly. And when they run out of things to do, they move on to another game and they don't go back. So that's the issue that I have with those games. With most MMOs. Actually, with most games, period. Is you got to get... Oh, spilled a little bit of my water. You got to get people to commit and stick to a game for a long time. And you just can't really do that. Man, my nose is itchy today. And I don't know why. I think it's dry. God. I'm super itchy. My eyes itchy. My nose is itchy. Why am I so itchy? The fact that you got to pay 2 subs to keep your attendance doesn't help. Bloody retainers are $2 a month each, and I got 9 of them. Yeah, I remember the retainers. Do you even use those though? I don't remember using them that much. I think I used them just for storage, right? Isn't that what the retainers were for? Storage, and then I don't remember what I used them for. Because it just wasn't really that big a deal. It's this crafting and storage? Okay, yeah. I was going to say, I think maybe I had them for storage, and that was it. They also sell things? Okay. Yeah, like I said, in the beginning, I sold a ton of stuff. I did the, what was it, the materia in the very beginning. I got to level 50 very quickly. I think I was server first to 50 on my server, or close to it. And then I did a lot of materia farming and sold that materia and made so much money selling materia. Like stupid amounts of money selling materia. Oh boy. This might be the worst part about this camp. Like, that other camp might just be better just because I don't have to run as much. 999 million is the cap right now. Got to get that title. Yeah, I never got that far. I had like 20 million, I think. That was at level 50 though, which was a lot of money at level 50. And when I came back to the game, I was just like, okay, well, what do I need? And I was able to like power level all of my trade skills by just spending gil. Oh my goodness gracious. I'm getting so many resists. You sold level 50 mounts for 30 to 40 million? Yeah, I mean, you could definitely do that now, I'm sure, yeah. People have so much money in that game now, it's ridiculous. Like, now the easiest thing to do to get money, from what I understand, is you want to be at the forefront of an expansion and you want to do all the crafting stuff at the very beginning of an expansion. All professions max is usually the way to go. Yeah, exactly. Get all the crafting maxed out and then just be there ahead of time and just max it out and sell all the stuff. And there wasn't there like a daily, there was like a daily craft that you could do to gain a lot of XP. So if you got on early in the morning, found out what that craft is, made a bunch of those items, put them on the auction house and sold them, people would just buy them out. And also a quest, yeah. I remember doing that too. That's always good money. If I really wanted to get to the 999 gil, 999 million gil, that's what I would probably do, is the crafting side of it. And just like at the start of an expansion, you just make so much money. Talking about Final Fantasy 11? We're talking about Final Fantasy 11, but 14 is what we're talking about right now, specifically. But yeah, we talk about all MMOs here. Lots of them. We just love MMOs. I've been waiting for a good MMO to play and stream. Like, I kid you not, for 20 years. Because when I used to play EverQuest 2 a lot. That was like my biggest game. I played EverQuest 1 a ton as well. And then I played EverQuest 2 a bunch. And I Played that one probably more than any other. But, man, if I could have streamed that game, and they just never released another MMO that I could get into and stream. So, I'm kind of looking for one now. This hopefully is going to be it. You're boxing in EQ right now? Yeah, I didn't do a lot of boxing in that game when I played it. In EQ, I didn't. In EQ2, I did quite a bit of boxing. Yeah, I'm not really a fan of the boxing. Like, I really want to get away from that. Like, I feel like it kind of ruins the game. Because the whole point of these games, for me anyway, is the social aspect of it. And when you have people that are just boxing full groups, the social aspect just goes away. So, I just don't like it. You can't get a group, it's very hard, yeah. And that's the issue, right? Is when as the game starts to die and you have fewer and fewer players, then it becomes more difficult to play the game because you need to have a group. So then you have to start boxing characters, and you know, that's I wish that EverQuest would have gone the route, done something different to encourage more people to group together and play more together. And Monsters and Memories, honestly, is not doing much different to fix that problem. So it's also going to have the same problem as the game gets older and players start to level their characters higher and higher. There's going to be nobody at the lower level. So that's something that, like, I feel like Final Fantasy XIV kind of fixed, is going back and using alts and all that. I don't know what they're going to do with this game to try to resolve that. I hope they do something. Like, it would be really cool to see something in this game where you level up a character to max level, and then you can prestige it or something. And then you could level it again to get more, like, bonus something, bonus stats or whatever. Or you can level a character to max level, and every character after that you level up gives you a bonus as you level up additional alts. That would be cool too. So there's just a lot of different things that they could do, and I hope they do something in Monsters and Memories to keep people going back and doing the older content. That's what I would love to see. Level cap raids don't fix that. They absolutely do not fix that. Level cap raids was a terrible, terrible idea. How come you always talk about the grouping, but you never group? I group all the time. I'm not doing it right now because I'm trying to level this guy to 60, 100% solo, just to show that you can. I group all the time. Less than 500 people in Monsters and Memories. Wait, less than 500 people in Monsters and Memories? Well, currently logged in? Probably, yeah. Tried boxing in EQ a couple years ago, and getting it set up was more fun than actually playing it. Yeah, I could see that, I guess. You still play EQ2 a lot? What? Legacy servers are very populated. That's where it is classic. Hard to level type. Nice. I haven't played EQ2. I tried to go back to it at one point. I just couldn't get into it. Level scaling has always been the way to fix, but people don't like that system. Yeah, like you're talking about mentoring down and all that. Yeah, like I enjoyed that in EverQuest 2. I did it quite a bit. I did it some in Final Fantasy 14 as well. I think it's a good way to do it, but ultimately it doesn't really solve the problem. It just allows you to, like, mentor down to their level and help your friends level up. It doesn't really keep people doing the low level content, though. It just helps you get your friends through the low level content. That's why I want to see stuff like, one thing I like about World of Warcraft and Final Fantasy XIV is the buff system, where you don't have buffs that you can give to other players outside of your party and make them very, very self-sufficient to be able to solo. Like, I want soloing to go away. Like, I want them to encourage grouping so much that people don't want to solo. To go back to what you're talking about, Rock, where you're saying that I'm soloing all the time, it's because soloing is just so stinking good in this game. It is way better than grouping. Like, as far as XP, it's just way better. It took me 400 plus hours to get my fighter grouping up to level 60. This character is going to probably make level 60 in 200 or less hours. Like, it's literally half the amount of time. And that's not good. So EQ2 is right now impossible to solo. A lot of parties always going because that's good. Yeah, like I want them to make it impossible to solo. Play a class that can't solo? I did. I played my fighter. Guys, I have a level 60 fighter. I grouped all the way to 60 with my fighter. I like grouping. Just because I'm playing a wizard right now doesn't mean that, like, that it doesn't take away from that fact. I'm doing this to show how fast it is to solo XP, and I just want to finish this character up and get it to level 60 so I can go do some other stuff. So once I get this character to 60, I will play a different class probably, and I'll do other things. Oops, I guess that snake was too far away. Wizard seems to say it is. It is insanely OP. That's my whole point. That's why I've been trying to tell people how strong the wizard is and how overpowered it is for soloing, for XP soloing, and people literally didn't believe me. They're like, no, you're wrong. You're better off getting a group and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, you're not. You're absolutely not. Oh, shoot. Is Druid limited to animals when with quad kite? No, not with quad kiting. They don't really want a quad kite, though. Druid, the Druid quad kiting is not nearly as mana efficient as the Wizard quad kiting. Not even remotely close. They're better off charm killing mobs. But the main reason I'm soloing so much, just to explain it to people that I don't really need to explain myself, but the main reason I'm soloing so much is because soloing is so much better than everything else. Uh-oh. We got to get under a... sheltered here. Wait, did that not put down a fire? The heck? Can Bard solo AE grind? Not the same way that they could in EverQuest. They used to do charm kiting, soloing through charm kiting, and it was extremely good XP. But they've kind of changed that a little bit, and it's not nearly as good now, but no, to answer your question, they can't really, no. As a counterpoint, every person who sees me quad kite and that I have seen dies and gives up. It's not hard to do, though, Quackums. Like, that's the thing. Like, people are just like, oh, you can't do it. It's impossible, and it's so hard. Like, it's not hard. I'm literally showing you how to do it. It's really easy. I just don't understand. Like, I don't know. You got some splaining to do. I know, right? I always have to justify myself. Like, I talk about wanting to group, and people are like, well, you better start grouping then. And I'm like, I don't... What? But then when I'm grouping and I complain that people are soloing too quickly, they're like, oh, you need to prove it. Show me that you can solo better because I disagree. Literally, it doesn't matter how I play this game. Somebody's always going to tell me that I'm playing it wrong. Literally, every single time I've logged into this game and I say anything, they're like, but here's the other side. And I'm like, I get it. I understand that too. It's easy, but scary if you've never done it. I mean, maybe. Maybe. Stop playing the game wrong then? I know. I gotta stop playing it wrong? Like, what the heck? I used to quad cut on my druid in EQ. Does the wizard here have an AoE snare or something? Yes. Yeah. That's my arcane bonds up here at the top. It's this right here. You level up in Dark Souls. You're doing it wrong. Supposed to play naked at level 1. Exactly, Italica. It's just silly. Used to pull the entire zone in EQ with the bard. Yeah, that was... They better not do that in this game. It'll ruin this game. Snake, skeleton. Okay, we need to get this bat. Regen and run speed, Dookie 2. No, the run speed on the bard is the fastest run speed in the game at higher levels. The regen is also, it's pretty good. They're going to be adjusting a lot of that stuff, though. Like, every class in this game is getting adjusted right now. Currently. They're getting updated. Which is very much needed. Bards are busted. I can solo and duo very well on your bard. They can solo using like charming and stuff, but you need to have the charisma gear now, and it's just it's kind of annoying. Power leveling is way too strong. I agree. You can power level very easily in this game. It's way, way, way too strong. You give a character regen, like a low level character regen and thorns, and it's just like, all right, they're level 20 now. Way too good. Getting the fast run bard song in Final Fantasy XI was the saddest moment of my gaming life. Was it? I didn't play Final Fantasy XI enough to really know too much about it. You heard bards weren't great here? Bards aren't bad in this game, but there are other classes that are better. Like, why would you bring a bard to a party if you can get an enchanter? Enchanter's just going to be better. And then for DPS-wise, bards just don't hold their own as DPSs either, so you just rather be another DPS class. They're just... Unfortunately, bards are just not very useful in most situations. They can be nice when you don't have certain things, but they're like a third wheel. That's the problem with bards in this game. They're a third wheel. They're not necessary. They just take up space. You know, is it nice to have a bard for a little extra mana regen or health regen or attack speed or whatever? Sure, but when you add a bard to your group, they're not contributing enough to your party to offset adding them to your group a lot of times, unfortunately. So that they need some love for sure. That space saver spare tire, you don't want to use it? Yeah, exactly. A good bard puller is nuts. A lot of classes can pull. A lot of classes can pull. That's the problem. Like, a bard isn't doing anything that another class can't do better or just as well. So, like, adding a bard to a party. I'm not trying to say, like, I'm not trying to pick on bards here. I'm actually trying to help bards with what I'm saying. They need some love to make them more wanted in a group. They don't do the DPS of the DPS classes. They don't have the utility that an enchanter has. They're just a lesser in every aspect. And adding a bard to your party, you're better off in a lot of situations adding another class to your party to round out your party better. And a bard can't really... They can solo, you know, if you want to. But adding a bard to, like, a duo is kind of pointless. Like, you would rather... A duo wants to have, like, a character that can take some hits and a healer first. Then adding a third class, you would want more DPS. Adding a bard doesn't really do much. You could add a bard as your third class. That's why I say it's like a third wheel. And that's going to add some mana regen, health regen. You know, it's just, I don't know. I don't really know how to explain it very well, but a bard overall is one of the worst classes that you could add into your party. There's almost always a better option. But done well, a bard's pulls are really good. I mean, not really. They're not any better than a rogue or a monk that knows what they're doing. Like, I don't know. That's just how I feel on it. I just don't feel like they're any better. Like, they don't bring anything to a group that another class can't do just as well. Rather bring a wind and water elemental than a bard? Yeah, like, exactly. That's you know, I'm the exact same way, right? 100%. I'd rather bring a lot of other things to a party. All their utility are worse than other classes at the same levels besides group and viz. Exactly. Yeah, that's the whole point. Yeah. You know, and I'm not trying to pick on bards. I'm really not. Like, if you think about what I'm saying, I'm trying to help bards. I'm trying to say, hey, bards need some love. Let's make them better so that they are more attractive in groups. If you continue to be like, no, bards are amazing, leave them exactly the way they are, then they're just always going to be lesser than other classes. And they're not going to be attractive in group as attractive. If you listen to what I'm saying and you agree with it, then maybe we can get some bards some love and make them better, which only benefits bards. It just benefits bards. So, like, I don't know why anybody would want to disagree. Like, I'd be like, yeah, bards are terrible. They're garbage class. Yeah, let's make them better. Like, I think everybody should want to do that. Anybody that plays a bard, anyway. Nerf everything? I mean, I'm very much a nerf everything kind of guy. If I see an outlier class, I want it nerfed. For sure. But bards... I think rogues and bards and some classes I think need to be buffed. Rogues and bards are top of my list that need some love. About the Beastmaster? Beastmaster's okay. Oh my gosh, dude. I hate resist on the last nuke. Beastmaster is good. The Beastmaster meleeing plus their pet is pretty good DPS. They have the shaman buffs that are really nice to have if you don't have a shaman in your party. So they're really good, but I would prefer to have a different DPS and a shaman in my party over a Beastmaster. You wish you had a bard in a group when your buff starts getting stripped because the bard buff just gets reapplied a few seconds later. Kind of. Depending on the rotation. But you don't... that's the thing. You don't get your buff stripped very often in this game. It depends on what you're fighting, but you don't fight a lot of Inquisitors that are stripping buffs. An Inquisitor is about the only class in the game that dispels characters. So there's very few places that do that. Beastmaster, another solo class mostly. It was. It no longer is. It's not as good at solo as it once was. But it can do fairly well solo, yeah. What's your opinion on soloing greens? Should every class be able to do that? Soloing greens is terrible XP. And every class can solo a green, sure. But, no, I don't think that every class should be able to solo. Not necessarily. A lot more wizard NPCs and they can dispel. I can't think of a single wizard a single wizard NPC that actually casts dispel. They always cast nukes and gate. I'm not talking about PvP. I don't care about PvP in this game. They aren't programmed to dispel, but that may change. Yeah, that's my point, guys. You can't tell me that they can do something and be like, "Oh, they can dispel." No, they don't. They don't. So that it doesn't matter. If they change that, then yes, we'll have that conversation. But currently, why are we having a conversation on something that doesn't happen in the game? Should they be able to dispel? Absolutely. I think that a lot of enemies in this game should have a lot more abilities. It's way, way, way too easy. But it's a moot point until they actually make that happen and make those changes. Right? Like, I don't want a bard in my party because only thing that currently dispels are Inquisitors. And how many Inquisitor NPCs do you run across in this game? Not many. Very, very few and far between. You came in halfway? Yeah, like, yeah. I wish they would give more unique buffs to certain classes, like give Bard something which increases proc chance. That would be cool. Yeah, I would love to see that. Anything to help out Bards. Anything to help out Bards. I prefer they shy away from the chain dispelling bosses. Well, let me tell you something. The hardest raid boss in this game does an AoE dispel. And it drops no loot, so it's not worth doing. So nobody's currently killing it or trying to kill it. Because it literally doesn't drop anything. But it does do an AoE dispel, which is really annoying. And it does it like every 30 seconds or something. So by the time you finish fighting the boss, you probably have 0 buffs. Reapplying junk buffs from clickies mid-combat is just not fun. Yeah, that's probably how that boss was designed. It was the same designer that I disagree with a lot of takes on, that is no longer part of the MnM team. Creativity. That's the word I was looking for the other day. My goodness. They need some more creativity in their encounters and the way that mobs fight in this game. And more creativity in their abilities and in class abilities and stuff. A lot more creativity. That's something that they have lacked quite a bit. Maybe it'll change. Maybe it'll change. I hope. One can hope that it'll change. They can just up the numbers on the bard later or give instruments. They give powerful buffs. That's what they're planning to do in the future with the bard, is they want to focus more on the instruments. So like right now, a bard pretty much dual wields. And they want to make it to where using an instrument buffs you up or gives you such a benefit that you want to use the instrument. We don't know how they're going to change that though, because we don't have the full deep dive on the bard yet, so we'll have to see what they do with that. Creativity is a gift and they don't have it. I mean, some of their developers have it, but one in particular did not have it. When a boss gates, it should summon your party one by one while its ads tear you to pieces. I mean, I'd be okay with that. I don't like all the gating mobs in this game. Gate in this game with an NPC is very, very silly. So when a mob casts gate, it goes back to where it spawned, right? It goes back to its spawn point. But it also heals for like 30% health. It's like a gate and mend together in one, which is silly. Gate doesn't heal you. Also, I heard from supposedly a dev said that mobs are not supposed to gate if you're fighting them like near or at their spawn point. That is not true. They will absolutely gate even if you pull them and they're standing on their spawn point. So I don't like the gate situation currently in the game. I spent a year going for one instrument, Final Fantasy 11. Yeah, I like the idea. EQ bards are fun like that. Yeah, I think that the instrument thing needs to they need to use that more. They also have weapons in the game that are instruments. So they have like a dagger that is a wind instrument, like a flute. So they have a couple other ones. I can't remember what they all are, but they have a couple instruments that are also, or sorry, a couple weapons that are also instruments. And I think that's a really good way to go. And as your bard gets to higher level, you want to definitely get those instruments so that you can continue to dual wield while using your songs. But the problem with that is swapping weapons in this game is annoying. There's not like a macro you can create to put an item from your inventory into your... You actually have to physically go in and move your weapon from one to another. You could do it on your hotbar, and you could have them down here and move it from here to here, but you have to manually move your stuff around, which is really tedious and annoying. Mend after gate is probably a bug. EQ had it and fixed it. It might be a bug. I don't know. You hate changing armor in combat? Yeah, it's annoying. I like it for weapons. Like, for example, as on my tank, I might want to tank with a shield. And then after we get it debuffed, then I'm going to switch to dual wield on my fighter. You know? Like, I like that. But, yeah. Dark and Darker bards use loot or drums as weapons. Yeah, I would like to see that. Like a loot that's just a bludgeoning weapon. You know, and it doesn't even have to be as good. It could be a lesser damage delay ratio. That would be fine too. But having a loot that is a bludgeoning weapon, you know, it's just nice. I like it. There was a Mimbler loot. It was a blunt. A Mimbler? Like it had a proc on it? That sounds awful. That sounds like such a bad idea. Hey, let's go fight this raid boss that just constantly gets Mimblered. That's a troll, troll weapon for sure. It's an emergency thing. I mean, resetting aggro, though, is a good thing, but not as a proc. Resetting aggro as a proc is a bad thing, because then it just randomly happens. But casting a Mimbler spell and knowing when it's going to actually Mimbler could be a good thing. So I wouldn't want anyone using a Mimbler proc. Like, that would be awful. As a tank, which is mostly what I play, that would just be terrible. Proccing Mimbler while everyone struggles to land debuffs and slows, then swap. I mean, maybe that was a strategy. I don't remember using that strategy. That sounds awful to me. Been fighting Plagueborn casters and Fallen Past over the last week that have gated and not healed. Are you sure? You're positive? They don't fully heal. They only heal like 20 or 30%. I mean, maybe they fixed it. I haven't really messed with it recently. The wizard class changes arriving next week. What do you think about applying Marks of Magic with an AoE? Rain before starting. I don't know how that's going to work. Yeah, like I mean that might be how it works. You do the AoE rain and then every tick, because it's going to be like a dot. But I don't know if it's every single time they take damage, the rain is going to add a mark or not. It might. So we'll have to see what they do with that. But that could be a good way to do it, sure. It's one of the first things you're testing. Yeah, I mean, it definitely sounds like something that you could potentially be able to do, and if it works, could be good. I think it also depends on how the rain spells work. Like, are those going to be you target an enemy and you cast the rain spell and it rains around that enemy? Or is it going to be like a ground target where you cast it and you have a little reticle and then you click the reticle on the ground and it gives, like, I don't know how that's going to work. How you doing? Enjoying the playtest? Any news on MnM? No big news right now, Westmort, no. But yeah, I'm still enjoying it for sure. Yeah, I don't know. The wizard looks really good on paper right now, but we're going to have to see how it actually plays in game. Because on paper, it could look one way, and then it could play completely differently. Like, WoW, Mage Blizzard, yeah. Like, I don't know if it's going to be targeted like that or not. It could be. Because they do have targeted spells in this game. Not very many of them, but they do have them. Where you cast the spell and then you target like a ground area and it casts the spell at that location. I want to say Wizard has one, actually. Really don't want to play until difficulty changes and class changes, but I'm still excited. Yeah, I mean, I get it. They definitely need to up the difficulty. They definitely need to get some of these class changes in. They're going pretty slowly on these class changes, but they are also trying to do the more difficult class changes first. The ones that are going to have like the biggest change, so that they can see if it's going to work in the game or not. So we'll have to see what actually happens with that. I've missed the fun speculation about the next class deep dive. I think it's going to be Ranger, but I have no idea. The only reason I say Ranger is because they're, like I just said, they are trying to do the classes that are going to have the biggest mechanical changes in the game first, to make sure that those are going to actually play well. So that's why you're seeing the Wizard and the Spellblade, because both of them have a lot of mechanical changes to them. You know, you got like the rain spells with the Wizard, you know, like that kind of stuff. Then with the Spellblade, you have, let's just do this. With the Spellblade, you have its new AoE spells that they're going to be putting in. So I think the Wizard will be one. Paladin might actually be another one that we might see with the Ranger. Very possible, because they're going to add in those like Consecration, the ground target AoE stuff. And it just kind of seems that it works. So like your Wizard is going to have 3 different types of AoE spells. Your Spellblade is going to have their targeted AoE spells that they're doing. And then the Paladin is also going to have their Consecration, which is a ground AoE type spell. And then the Ranger is going to have the new Campfire changes. So the Ranger might be one that changes soon as well. So we'll have to see what happens. I don't think the Paladin is, though. I think somebody said that they had confirmed Paladin will not be in the next patch. Give us Beastmaster next. Show us your spellless pet class. Yeah, Beastmaster would be another one that I could see them changing sooner rather than later, because they need to get in all the abilities for the different classes. Also, Elementalist is another one that's probably going to change quite a bit. So, and the Necromancer is going to be changing quite a bit. So there's a lot of them that are going to have some pretty big changes to it. EQ rain spells were targeted on an enemy and would hit exactly 3 times. If it was one enemy, it would hit that enemy 3 times. If it was 3 enemies, they each got hit once. That might be the same in this Italica. I don't know. It sounds to me, the way that they worded it, it sounds to me like it's going to be more of a rain spell, like the Blizzard spell from World of Warcraft, where you target a ground area and it does Blizzard in that area for 3 ticks or whatever. That's what it sounds like, but I don't know. I feel like it's going to be Archer, Rogue due to crafting mechanics coming. Possibly the Rogue with the when they get poison in, maybe. Like that is definitely a possibility, but we'll see. When did MnM start work on class changes? Like 6 weeks ago, maybe 5 weeks ago, something like that. That's when they announced it. When they actually started work on it, I have no idea. I feel like with poison implementation and then tinkering implementation changes the way. Yeah, that's very true. That could be, some pretty big changes as well. So we'll have to see. Ideally hit 2 mobs twice or 4 mobs once for extra damage. Yeah, I mean, we'll have to see what they do with it. I don't know. I feel like a lot of these things are going to come in very broken, to be quite frank. And we're going to have to really test them. We're going to have to break them. Like they're going to come in, like they're testing it, right? They're doing internal testing. However, I feel like they're going to come in without doing full testing. And this isn't like a negative. I'm not trying to be mean towards the devs by saying this. But when a developer or when anybody creates something, they use it the way that it's intended to be used. So they're going to basically say, hey, when I cast this spell, here's what it's supposed to do. Does it do that? And then if it does do that, they're going to go, cool, it works properly. But then you give it to a player, and a player is going to go, okay, how does this spell function? And then say, how am I going to use it? So that's the difference. They look at it kind of opposite of a developer. Developer is going to first look at it how it's supposed to be used and then use it that way. A player is going to find out how it actually works and then to use it the way that they want to use it based on that. I hope that makes sense. It's kind of like putting a round peg in a square hole kind of thing, right? If you can put the round peg in the square hole, why not? It makes it easier. So we'll see what they do with it. I think they need to take away AoE snare spell from Wizard. I mean, it depends. Do they want the Wizard to be able to quad kite or not quad kite? Like, is that intended? Maybe they should reduce the duration on it. I don't know. It all depends on what they intend for how the class should be played. I do agree that because Wizards have their AoE snare and their AoE damage, they are very strong. AoE snare is irrelevant to quad kiting. It makes it easier, but Sal is all you really need. Yeah. Well, that's the thing is, think about it this way, though, Italica. If they take away the AoE snare, then you have to have Speed of the Wild, and it requires another player to constantly cast a spell on you. But they're also taking away, I think, Speed of the Wild or changing Speed of the Wild. It is not going to stay in its current form. I do not think it'll stay in its current form at all. Will absolutely be going away. Yay. Druid has plenty in their kit without it. Yeah, Druid has a lot in their kit for sure. That's true. AoE snare seems more Druid theme. I think Druid has AoE snare in this game. Pretty sure they do. Druids have wolf form anyway. Well, if you're talking about taking away Sal and they have wolf form anyway, like, they're probably going to take that away too. Or change that. I don't know how they're going to be changing Speed of the Wild, but I absolutely expect it to change. "12-second duration and 12-second cooldown"? Wait, what? The Druid AoE snare is a 12-second duration and a 12-second cooldown? That seems silly. Did they backpedal on the Unity lull changes? I noticed I can lull many targets. Thought that it changed. No. To my knowledge, it has not changed. You can still lull targets, but it's based on your charisma. So you can still do it. EQ Druid snare was single only, but lasted over 15 minutes. 15-minute snare? Wow. Sean seemed very anti-changing Sal. When did he say that? Because his last stream that I watched, he was saying basically that Speed of the Wild would most likely get changed in some way. I mean, there's a whole thread on it. If you guys want to debate people on it, I'll show you. Go right. Right here. Sal is breaking and unfun in its current state. There's a whole thread on it. Heart's content. And what did this person respond here? Oh my god. I feel like that option is not shared by the large majority. Is that opinion? What opinion? The speed of the wild being changed? I mean, it had way more positives than it had negative light. You just saw that. It had 35, 100% that person agreed, and like 12 downvotes on it. So I don't know. I think that's kind of a split. It's a split decision kind of thing. I personally feel like Speed of the Wild is way too strong. Like way, way too strong. Like it's going to get changed. Like I feel like it's inevitable that it's going to get changed. Oops. Actually, we need to do this first. $35 out of 1,000. There's a lot more people talking about it, Hector. Like, there's a lot more people talking about it. It's going to get changed. Like, it's going to happen. People need to wrap their head around that. Works just fine in EQ? No, it doesn't. It's overpowered in EQ as well. Like, I mean, and this is not EQ. By the way, if you weren't aware, this game is not EverQuest. Doesn't matter if it works well or doesn't work well in EverQuest. It literally doesn't matter. Because this isn't that game. Make it change, but it would be a maze if it was removed completely. I don't think it's going to be removed completely. I think we're still going to have run speed buffs. But it's absolutely going to get changed. Personally, I think it's going to become a group-only buff. And it's probably also going to become a travel buff, not a buff that you just have up all the time. That's where I think they're going to go with it. EQ out of party buffing is completely broken. Exactly. That's where I think that's the direction that I think that these devs are going right now. They are taking more and more and more spells that you can put buffs on other players outside of your party away. They're literally doing that. They've already shown that with the wizard. So right now, wizard has this spell right here, this mental alacrity, that they can cast on other people, right? They're taking that away. We're not going to be able to just cast it on another player and that player just go off and do whatever they want. This buff, this cast speed buff, is only going to be part of your party, and it's probably going to be a shorter duration. It's definitely going to be a shorter duration. It's going to be like 450 seconds at most. So they're literally taking this buff and making it group only. They're going to be doing that to a lot of buffs, I think. Like, you're not going to just be like, hey, I'm in town because somebody give me Speed of the Wild, and they're going to cast it on you, and you're going to leave and go do whatever you want for an hour and then come back. That's going away, guys. Like, I really feel like that's going away. It was an example, simple-minded man. That's me. I'm a simple-minded man. Oh, my goodness. I'd prefer not being able to run away at all. Yeah. Out-of-group buffing ruins grouping. It does. It takes away a lot of the grouping. Like, that's one of the things that I think people have been asking for more of in this game, is to get more, like, focus more on grouping. And if you have out-of-party buffs, that's less people you need in your party. So that's the problem with it. Like, that they gotta work on that. If they want people to actually group up in this game, they need to incentivize grouping. And that is one aspect of it. Make all buffs auras like EQ2. I think that's absolutely the direction they're going. They're making a lot more buffs like aura based. Or they're making them shorter duration so that you have to have them cast more often. Absolutely is what's happening. Not made up my mind on Sal, but I really am leaning to remove the way Sal is implemented. That's where I'm at with it. Yeah. I think auras are going to be a thing. I absolutely do. I think that, like, Ranger is going to have Speed of the Wild of some sort, but it's going to be a stance that they have, very much like the Bard run speed song, where you have to be in the party with the Bard and it only lasts for 18 seconds. I absolutely think that's the direction they're going with it. To be honest, Sal is the druid's bread and butter. No. If you think that, then you're playing the druid wrong. I got too many mobs because they all spawned on me. The druid, I would say the druid's bread and butter is that they have lots of butter for their bread. That's what makes the druid so good, is they're so versatile. They have so many things that they can do. It's not just one ability. If they took away Speed of the Wild from a druid, you still want their regen, you still want their strength buff, you still want their thorns. They still can heal. They can still dot fairly well. They can still nuke fairly well. They still have teleports. I mean, it's not the one thing that they do. Not even close. It would not hurt the class massively at all. Because you gotta remember, guys, simple-minded man, that if you took away Sal, you're not taking it away from just the druid and leaving it on the other classes. If they change Speed of the Wild, they're going to change it all the way across the board for every single class, right? So it's like now nobody has it. So it doesn't really take away from the druid, right? It just changes the way that you play the game. Like, you're very simple-minded in how you're thinking right now, because you think that if they take away Speed of the Wild, it's only going to go from the one class. No, they're going to change it for all 4 classes that cast it. It's not going to just be a druid thing. Like, that's extremely short-sighted. If they did that, that would be dumb. Oh, we're going to leave Speed of the Wild the exact same way that it is for the Shaman, but we're going to change it for the other 3 classes? Come on. The only thing Druid couldn't do in a EQ was find a group. That's true. That's true. People don't realize that EQ, in EQ, almost all of their spells were borrowed from other classes, including Speed of the Wild. All right, we got to get... Let's do this. Yeah, the Druid is a jack of all trades kind of class, and that is its benefit. Like, we also need to think about, like, when something changes in this game, you can't think, oh, you're nerfing my class and you're making it terrible and blah, 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 blah. No, we got to think about how it fits within the entire game, not that class. And that's where people are very short-sighted, oftentimes, with how they look at any of this stuff, like the balance within the game. You have to look at where it fits and how it fits. It's not a, okay, let's look at this one class and this one ability. It's how does that one ability affect the rest of the game as a whole? Class tribalism happens. Yeah, it sure does. And it's silly. It's extremely silly. People have got to get away from that, man. Got to get away from that. You want to be able to buff low level and even help power level some. Buffing them up for an hour or more is a problem. I think it is a problem. I agree, yeah. Are the Shaman crying that more than anybody did in EQ? Shaman in this game are super strong. The reason I don't talk to the general public? Yeah, exactly, Westmort. I mean, unfortunately, that's my job, right? My job is to talk to random people who are very into their one class, and they don't look at any of the other stuff in the entire game. They don't look at how the mobs work. They don't look at how any of the other 17 classes work. They don't look about... They're just like, nope. I'm going to hyper-focus on this one ability for this one class, and if you change that, oh my god, my entire life is ruined. Like, are you kidding me? Like, come on, man. Like, think a little bit outside the box. Like, try to... You know, how does this affect other classes? Oh, well, and this is literally every single time. Well, you need to buff the other class. So because one ability on one class is powerful, we have to buff every ability on 18 classes. That's smart. Man, that really... Like, come on, guys. You're not as nice as me? I'm not a nice person. I feel like I'm a butthead most of the time. The Shaman threads are some of the least active in the Discord. Shaman is probably one of the most powerful classes in this game. It is good. It's decent enough solo. It's very good in a group. It is absolutely wanted in-game. There's nothing really wrong with the Shaman at the moment. You know, is it the most powerful class? No, it's not. But it has everything it needs to do its job. So I don't think there's any reason for Shaman to be complaining. You know, that's why I don't think there's a lot of stuff going on in the Shaman Discord. Same with enchanters. The only thing that really is chatted about, well, on the enchanter side of things or necromancer side of things, is charm, and that's because people just want it nerfed, and the people that are using it, people that are playing those classes, don't want it nerfed. So that literally becomes the conversation for those classes or those class forums. And if that kind of is telling, in my opinion. If one ability is the only ability that's being talked about, then it's probably either too good or too bad. And it's very easy to know which way. If it's a well-balanced ability, it probably won't be talked about. It's only going to be like focused on if it's not balanced. And it could be in either direction, but it's so easy to tell. Is it too good or is it too bad? And that's it. That's really it. Speed of the Wild, clearly too good in its current form. Too good. Play a class that doesn't have Speed of the Wild and then tell me that Speed of the Wild is okay. Like, you want it, right? Do you always want it? Then it's too good. To me, it's that simple. If you always want to use it, it's too good. Ding 50 in 5 days, 8 hours played. Nice, man. You could potentially get there in 10 days. Then, much faster than I did. Well, yeah, about as fast as I did. About the same. The Necros love to complain about how they don't do enough DPS. Yeah, but Necros have so many other things. Like, they have no reason to complain. They have nothing to complain about. In the dev hours to buff 17 classes and then the buff all the content to account for those buffs. Exactly. Yeah. Like, we can't just buff everything because one class has a really good ability. We can't just buff everything else. That's just not, it's not feasible. I want to be able to charm an army, then kill them, then raise them from the dead, then put the army in a castle, then exit the game and be an NPC with all the loot. I mean, that'd be fun, actually. Yeah. I'm impressed by Necro strength and flexibility, so I always feel like they're asking for too much. They are. Necros are probably the most overpowered class in the game. I would argue they are the most overpowered class in the game. The only problem I have with Charm is that it targets NPCs that are designed and balanced to be handled by a group. I don't see how that can ever be a good thing. Exactly, Danny. Like, that's... we are in agreement on that. Like, I can't even argue with you. And they don't lose any power when you charm them. They are literally a group level mob when you charm them. If you can't see that that's a problem, then you are probably the problem. I just hate feeling like a beggar for Sal. I do too, yeah. You followed my route? Nice. Nice. Necro corpses are not warm enough for their playthings. You have some gear? Yeah. It helps out to have a little bit of gear. Is that the same reason why Pot of Greed is banned? Pot of Greed? What is that? Necros are OP. They can solo almost as fast and can manage names way better than wizards or other OP classes. Yeah. Wizards, honestly, I don't even think that wizards are that OP compared to the charm classes. I think that they're about equal. So a well-played quad-kiting wizard and a well-played enchanter, charming enchanter, and a well-played charming necromancer are all going to level up fairly equally, I think. A Yu-Gi-Oh card, Pot of Greed. Okay. Remove hate and remove haste. Did you know that they already nerfed haste? Haste was overpowered, yes. It was actually 70%. The highest level haste in the game was 70% haste. They dropped it down to 50%. So yeah, in fact, it was already nerfed. Just like Speed of the Wild at 60% is probably too strong and needs to come down. It's the same concept, man. Like, What the heck? I even said that certain things are too powerful and they need to nerf them previously, and they have nerfed them. Like, it happens. Quadding and charming are comparable rates of level and EQ. Yeah. I actually don't like the way that haste slow work in the game. I do not think they should put it at the percent based. You lock that spell in forever. Yeah, I mean, overall it might be. Yeah, the shaman slow and the enchanter haste might be a little bit too good. Sure. Maybe. We could talk about that. That still doesn't mean, just because those spells are too powerful doesn't mean that Speed of the Wild isn't. Like, you're not gonna misdirect me here and be like, Speed of the Wild doesn't need to be buffed because haste is too strong. That's a silly argument. As well as clarity and haste? Sure. Okay, let's talk about clarity and haste. Clarity is not nearly as strong as it used to be because now your mana regen is much faster. They increased the sitting mana regen in this game with Meditate just recently. So now clarity is not as strong in comparison because you actually gain more mana per tick while sitting. So you see how they're nerfing things? These are all good things, including the Speed of the Wild. Haste plus So is often game breaking if it's not watched closely. Yeah, it absolutely needs to be watched closely, and it was very game breaking because the haste was 70%. Like I said, that was just base haste, by the way. So it was 70% haste, and then you could also get 20% haste on top of that through secondary haste. Then you could also get a 10% haste on top of that through tertiary haste on specific classes, the rogue, the warrior, and the archer. Then you could also get an additional 20% haste from an item. You see how all these things add up? It was so overpowered. So they nerfed it. Like, oh my gosh, dude. I don't understand why people think that, like, I don't get it. I don't get it. I'm late to the party. Did Sal get nerfed? No, it has not been nerfed yet. I think it'll be changed. It may not get nerfed. It'll be changed and people will call it a nerf, but it's going to get changed. Like, it's inevitable. If it stays in the game the way that it currently is, it will continue to break the game. You could do things like attack, defend, mitigation to reduction calculation rather than just uber haste. Yeah, you can. There's a lot of different changes that you can make. Like haste, maybe the idea is to have the slow be a 50% slow and the haste be a 50% haste, right? But then you just increase the damage output of the monsters. You increase the health pool of the monsters. That kind of negates both of those things. That's another way to do it. So, you know, another way they could nerf Speed of the Wild. Maybe they leave Speed of the Wild exactly like it is. But then they increase mob run speed by 30%. Okay, so we left Speed of the Wild exactly like it was. Now it's even more mandatory because now mobs run 30% faster and players can no longer outrun a monster. So now you have to have Speed of the Wild all the time or you're just dead. So like there's many different ways they could do it. By game breaking, do you mean Speed of the Wild enables kiting too well for soloers? That's part of the game breaking. Yeah, there's a couple things that Speed of the Wild currently does. A is it makes certain classes be able to solo too well. And B, it makes the game much safer. Like if you pull too many mobs or whatever, like you just outrun them because you're running faster than them. The game, they've already adjusted this, by the way. Monsters in this game already run about 5% slower than players do. at base speed. So we can already outrun mobs without Speed of the Wild. They've already made an adjustment so that when they nerf Speed of the Wild, it's not as big of a deal. I'm telling you it's coming. Like, if you can't see it coming, then you're blind. Like, I don't know how they're going to change it and how they're going to nerf it, but it's coming. They might make it group only. They might reduce its speed. There's a lot of things that they could do with it, but it's coming. They could put a time limit on the shared spells to like 10-minute like regen. Sure, they could do that too. And I think that's probably what they're going to do with Speed of the Wild is they're going to be limiting its duration. Mostly, I don't know how they're going to do it, but I think they're going to be limiting its duration and its usage. Maybe the speed will stay the same, sure, but it won't be a buff that you can have for an hour outside a party if they leave the speed currently the way it is. It's not going to stay that way. It can't. You've never played a game with haste and movement speed? I don't believe you. Like, I mean, I would probably say like a good 80% of video games have a haste or movement speed in some way built into them. Personally, just buff people if they reduce it to 10 minutes. I mean, that kind of solves the problem, doesn't it? So what they're doing with the wizard, okay, just for example, is the mental alacrity here. This spell is just being worked into the wizard's rotation. So instead of casting this spell on your party, you are just you're building up the marks, and when you get 5 marks, you're using a different ability that buffs the entire party with mental alacrity. So it's just built into the wizard rotation. I think they're going to start doing more of that with the other classes. And it makes sense. It makes a lot of sense. This guy really wanted Sal nerfed. Who, me? I mean, yeah. It needs to be nerfed. Just like Charm needed to be nerfed for a long time. Make it where Sal only works when your eyes are closed. There you go. It could be like you're so fast that you blind yourself. If they take Sal away, I hope they increase base movement speed for mobs and players. It's sickening how slow natural run speed is. It is, yeah. I don't disagree with you. I think running in this game right now feels terrible when you don't have Speed of the Wild. That's partly why I feel like it needs to be nerfed, is because it's too strong as a single spell. So they could reduce the speed of the wild and increase the base run speed of players and just bring them closer together so that Speed of the Wild doesn't feel so much more powerful. You know, there's a lot of things they could do. How do you change the opacity of the chat window? So you go here into settings, chat settings, and then your opacity, the chat opacity right here. Mobs are too slow is the bigger problem. Yeah, they could absolutely increase the run speed of mobs, increase the run speed of players, and decrease speed of the wild. Sure, let's do that. Or don't decrease speed of the wild, but increase the run speed of everything else. Same thing, right? I mean, it's the same. Effectively, it's the same thing. Have any class changes gone live yet with the beta server? Not yet. That should be on June 7th. supposedly. Boots of blinding speed in Morrowind, yeah. No, it would nerf Speed of the Wild to increase the run speed of players. It would absolutely nerf Speed of the Wild. You're thinking June 9th? I mean, it could be, yeah. Tuesdays when updates usually happen. Not for this game. Not necessarily for this game. They don't have like a set schedule. Sean, the reason I say June 7th is because Sean said in his last stream that the open servers would go down on June 7th, and then they would do an update for the beta servers, and then bring the beta servers up on June 7th. That was the plan. Now, you know, could that plan fall through? Sure. We'll have to see. Absolutely could happen. And it might happen on June 9th. I don't know. But that's just, I'm basing the June 7th off of literally what Sean said. Like, he's the one that said it would be June 7th. Not me. Uh... 75. Wait, what? To make it sub 50% is lame? Why? If they increase, guys, you have no reason for these things that you say. Please, 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 if you're gonna say something silly, justify it. Right? Just justify it. Tell me why. Why does Speed of the Wild need to be whatever speed you think it needs to be? Why not 500% run speed? Right? Like, you just want it to be faster. You don't have a reason for it. You just want it to be faster. It's only anecdotal observation. It's been Tuesday in the past. Don't mind my ramble. No, you're good, Danny. I'm literally basing it off of Sean. That's why I say on the 7th. Thought you were making that comment at my EA pushback date. Wait, what? Put my money that they going to push the EA date back again? Oh, I mean, that could happen, sure. Sure. I could see a lot of reasons for that. What I don't see a lot of reasons for is increasing or leaving Speed of the Wild where it currently is. Should they kill kiting strategies? Possibly. Kiting might be too good. It currently is too good for wizards and archers. It's absolutely too good for those two classes. Way too strong. I'd be okay with killing kiting. I love kiting. I mean, it might be too strong. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's not that it might be too strong. It is too strong. Kiting currently in the game is too strong, period. But do they need to completely remove kiting? Not necessarily. I don't think they need to remove it. I would say that adjusting it definitely, they definitely need to adjust it. But as a solo ability, like being able to solo, I have nothing against classes being able to solo. I have a lot against solo being the best way to level. In a group-focused MMO, right? If this was Diablo 4, then by all means, solo all day. I don't care. But this isn't Diablo 4. This is a group-focused MMO. So let's make it group-focused. Leave kiting and solo as it is. Just nerf the solo XP. It's way too good. Yeah, like exactly. Like I have no issues when they increase the TTK and they make the game more difficult and they add in more abilities to monsters. That's going to take the solo ability way down. And I'm fine with that. Like, it's going to make it really challenging to solo mobs. Sal doesn't need to be 60%, but most people only know it at 40. It doesn't need to be 60%. No, like, that's what I'm saying. I think that Speed of the Wild at level 8 should probably be like 20%. And then have an upgrade spell. Like, that's one way that they could do it. I'm not saying that, like, if I were a game developer of this game and people really wanted Speed of the Wild to stay in its current form, I would probably reduce its maximum run speed from the 60%. I would probably make it like, okay, at level 8 you get it, but it's only 20%. Then at level 16 you get another one that's like 30%. And then at level like 24 you get another one that's 40%, and then leave it at that, and it doesn't go higher than 40%. That's probably what I would do, is just have multiple tiers of it, so then you don't have people that are just level 8 sitting in town casting Speed of the Wild. Like, come on. It's clearly a problem when you have people that make level 8 alts to sit at the bank to cast the spell. Like, it's clearly an issue. I could pretty much tell you why a lot of these things come back to the way one person wanted to develop this game, and they wanted the foot race to be the main challenge of end game. So that's where a lot of this stuff came from. What I'm hearing is we need Speed of the Eagle. Well, I mean, we already have Speed of the Cheetah, right? They have Speed of the Cheetah in the game. How often people use that? Just out of curiosity. Anybody even know that Speed of the Cheetah is a thing? Never, because it's 10-minute recast? Exactly. The 10-minute recast, so it's very rarely used, and Speed of the Wild is almost the same speed. Like, it's what... I think Speed of the Cheetah is 100% run speed. But still, like, you just don't need it. It's unnecessary. Now, if they reduce the speed of the Wild, then maybe people would actually use Speed of the Cheetah? I just want more reasons for people to utilize other cities than Night Harbor. Everyone is too concentrated. They just need more cities, Westmort. And they need the game needs to grow. If the game was finished like at 1.0 and it had 100 zones, and it took you an hour to run across the zone, like to get back to Night Harbor, they would use another place on the other side of the world. So I don't know if you guys have looked at it. Have you guys looked at the map? Wait, is it here or is it... Yeah, here we go. This is the map of the actual world. So you have Night Harbors down here. It's actually this little thing right here, or one of these. I think it's this right here. Yeah, this is Night Harbor. So because this is the entire world, what if you were over here, like on these islands? You're not going to go all the way back to Night Harbor. You're going to probably use another city that's somewhere over on this side of the world, right? So that's what's going to end up happening. They just need to have more of the world before they will be able to push people out of Night Harbor. Still needs to be addressed. Evershade Weld needs to be built out more. There's a lot of stuff going over there. The problem with Evershade Weld is it's 2 races that can start over there. Like, that's why fewer people are over there. Is every race can start in Night Harbor. 2 of them can start in Evershade Weld. So as they get the world bigger and they have more starting locations, hopefully they take away some of these races from being able to start in Night Harbor. Like, I think eventually they should just make it to where Halflings and Wood Elves can't start in Night Harbor. They have to start in Evershade Weld. Period. It's required. Then when they have the deep classes can only start down there. And then when they have all these other hubs that start popping up, you have to start in those regions. Then you're going to see people using more different areas. It's just right now there's just no reason to. That's how it will be. Yeah, that's how I think it will be eventually. Yeah, but until more is available, it's just not going to happen. It looks small. The world looks small, you think? That world looks massive to me, but that's because I know how big the world currently is. And then if you have to multiply that out 3 times. The current world 3 or 4 times larger than what it currently is. Actually, maybe even more than that. Maybe like 4 to 5 times larger than what it currently is. Like, the world currently isn't huge. Some of these zones, though, are big. But again, why does the world not feel so big? Speed of the Wild. I mean, think about it, guys. What if you couldn't run through a zone 60% faster? Wouldn't that make the world feel smaller? I'm going to go with yes. How long does it take to run from one side of the zone to another without Speed of the Wild? I don't know. I ran on a level 1 character from Night Harbor to Evershade Weld. To the starter, what do they call it? The starter lift, the starting lift, whatever it's called. With Speed of the Wild, and that took me, I don't know, 30 minutes. Without Speed of the Wild, I would imagine it's going to take, closer to an hour. I don't know exactly. Shaded Dune or Sun-Greet Strand is like 3 to 4 minutes without Speed of the Wild. Yeah, and they're one of the smaller zones. Right? They're one of the smaller zones. Vale of Zintar is one of the larger zones. Vale of Zintar is a long run, even with Speed of the Wild, it's a very long. Yep. 3 zones in 30 minutes. No. I went the long way, I went the safe route. Because people were saying that how do you run from Night Harbor to Evershade Weld as a level 1 character without Speed of the Wild? So I did it with Speed of the Wild just so I could do it faster, but you could have done it easily without Speed of the Wild. I did it with 0 aggro. If you run through Vale of Zintar as a level 1 character and you don't get aggro, you should probably play the lottery because you just won the lottery. The amount of mobs in that zone is nuts. The spiders alone will probably aggro you. Unless you run you'd have to run, when you go into Vale of Zintar from Fallen Pass, you need to run to the left and then follow the coast, which is basically what I did. But I didn't go into Vale of Zintar from Fallen Pass. Well, I did, but I went down the coast first. Glass Flats is fairly large. Glass Flats is also very large, yeah. And you're also going to get a lot of aggro at low level if you try to run through that. No boat. Yeah, no boat. Pantheon zone takes 30 minutes to run across with Sal on. Some of those Pantheon zones are huge. They're massive. I remember running around in Pantheon in whatever the name of that zone was. In the early days that had like no monsters in it. I remember running around in there just looking at stuff, and God bless, that zone was freaking huge. Pantheon zones are big for the sake of being big. There's no utility to that space. Oh, I agree with that. Yeah, IGT. I 100% agree with that. There's no reason for them to be that large. Yeah, it's just silly. This game, there's a few places in this game that could use some more monsters. And use a little bit of filling out. Like, if you go into Scarwood to me in this game feels like a populated zone when you compare it to Pantheon. And Scarwood is probably the least populated zone in this game. But yeah, if you compare it to Pantheon, man, like that's a whole other thing. The heck? Let's get these guys. Silent Plains. That was the name of the zone, right? Silent Plains. That zone was massive. Crazy massive. With, like, no mobs in it. It had mobs, like, when you first zoned in, and then you go way in before you see more mobs. I remember running around in Silent Plains trying to get to level 50. The only way to solo to level 50 was Silent Plains mobs. And you had to run so far between camps. It was crazy. I would say that Silent Plains is probably very similar to the size of Vale of Zintar in this game. Fairly similar. Silent Plains might be a little bit bigger. And then, but the Shallow Shoals is the biggest zone I think I've ever seen. That zone is massive. Crazy big zone. Is the Whalebone Spear a raid drop? No. It is not. It is a single groupable mob. Can't find any info on it on the wiki. That's because it's super secret. No, it drops off a giant. Silent Plains still feels empty, even populated with mobs. It does, yeah. It does. Like, do they have mobs? Like, did they add more mobs to it? Because I want to say in Silent Plains they added in some mobs. They had the dogs and the giant golem things and the elephants. Then they added in those wildling things or whatever, the burning whatever those things were called, which nobody ever killed. Is Pantheon bad? Yes. Very bad. I don't recommend wasting your time. I'll tell you what you'll do in Pantheon. You'll pay your $40. You'll play it for a while, and you'll be like, wait, what's wrong with this game? It's actually really good. This game is awesome, blah, 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 blah. And you're going to think, hey, you know, this guy over here is an idiot. He doesn't know what he's talking about. He said Pantheon's bad. I think it's actually really good. Then you'll play it for a little bit longer. Then you'll be like, huh, this is weird. I don't like this. But I still think it's a fun game. It's still good. Eventually, though, you'll get to a point where you played it enough to where you run out of things to do. And then you'll say, okay, cool. When are we getting more stuff? And then Visionary Realms won't give you more stuff to do. Or if they do give you more stuff to do, it'll be broken. And eventually you're going to get to a point where you're like, man, why did I waste $40 on this game and waste my time? I would say that everyone eventually gets there. To where they just felt like it was a waste of time and money. Like, I feel like, and I put in like 3,000 hours into Pantheon, right? But I probably should have stopped much earlier than that. I was on the Hopium train more than anyone else by far. I was really hoping that Visionary Realms would make that game better and continue to develop the game. They just never did. Best area in the game is the Silent Plains now, probably. Finally, some 40 to 50 content. That's good, yeah. Cavern system of high levels they added. Yeah. The new trample, or the new temple they added is pretty cool. Yeah, 3,000 hours, Ted. Yep. Absolutely. And if you don't believe me, because some people don't believe me, I can show you my alt. This is my alt account of Pantheon. Was on here, and it's got 1,600 hours on it. My main account that I played far more. Where's Pantheon? I guess I could just type it in up here. I've got 1,621 hours in Pantheon on my alt account. $3,000 hours in alpha is insane. Yeah, but it was 3,000 hours of hoping and praying that they would fix the game and make it better. I should have quit way before. That was literally just me saying, no, they're going to make the game better. They're going to fix it. I have faith in Visionary Realms for 3,000 hours. That's why I tell people, you don't want to play Pantheon. You just don't. Like, you're going to keep hoping and praying and wishing that they made the game better, and you're going to sit there and keep playing it, and nothing is going to change. They're still working on it, though. Sounds like they have stopped the development. Well, that's the problem. They're constantly... They've been working on it for 12 years, and they just redid everything again. That's the problem with it. Is they're constantly trying to start over with Pantheon. It's happened, I don't know, 5 or 6 times. You eventually get tired of being like, okay, can we move forward with the game, please? It's always a sideways movement. It's never, not even 2 steps forward, 1 step back. In fact, it's more like 1 step forward, 2 steps back, all the time with that game. Like, it's go play it if you want to, have fun, enjoy it, go for it. I'm telling you what you're going to end up saying. Go play the game, spend your $40, have fun with it for a few hours. Sure, you probably will have fun with it in the beginning, and then eventually you're going to be like, oh, okay, I see what Criddle's saying now, and then you're going to be like, it was a waste of $40. I should have spent that on a different game. But hey, prove me wrong. Please prove me wrong. Yet new content is coming. Yes, it's slow. Well, just waiting for the spring update. Spring is over June 21st, right? Do you think that spring update's going to hit and it's going to be working properly? You have the same hopium that I had. I too was in your same boat, and I constantly was defending the game and see this content that's coming? Look at this, it's coming. That looks awesome. And I was just constantly saying that. And then they would put it out because on June 20th, they're going to be like, here's your spring update, and it's going to be completely broken. Half the classes aren't going to work right. You're only going to be able to level to like level 30. Like, it's just going to be the whole thing. Like, it's never ending story. Like, I can't explain it to you, but go ahead and go play it and have fun. I really hope you enjoy it. But I have zero faith in Visionary Realms. And eventually, after some time, you will probably run into the same issue, that you'll have zero faith in it. Mastery win. Exactly. When is the mastery coming for Pantheon? They've been talking about that forever. Yeah. Pantheon, they will fix one thing and they will ruin five. Yes, 100% of the time. Yeah, exactly. And I don't even agree with what this guy that I don't say his name on purpose is saying, because I'm a family-friendly channel. Even though it is his birth-given name. Yeah, right. Gradual rug pull? It is, yeah. It's a gradual rug. They're pulling that rug so slowly that you don't notice that it's being pulled. It's not a yank. It's a like, That's what they're doing. Eventually, I hope that Pantheon comes out in 1.0 and it's an amazing game and they get millions of subscribers. I really do. I don't have any ill will towards what they're doing. However, what I believe will happen. Oh shoot, I gotta go get buffs again. What I believe will happen with Pantheon is that they're just going to keep saying and talking and saying that, you know, things are going to happen, and then eventually it's just going to shut down. So, yeah. People still think it's a scam. I don't think it's a scam. Like, I don't think it's a scam. Like, a scam would be, hey, we're taking your money and we're not giving you anything. They have a game you can play. I think, though, that it's a game that company and the people that work for that company are not going to be able to deliver. That is what I think Pantheon is. They need a lot more for what they want to do and what they're trying to do. They need a lot more money, and they need a lot more what's the word? Talent. That's the word I'm looking for. A lot more talent. And they can't afford the talent that they need to do what they're trying to do. There's just no way. Unless people keep angel funding this game, but they got millions on Kickstarter. They got millions from Steam sale. They got millions from an angel investor. 3 different times in the last 12 or 13 years, they have received millions of dollars. And what do they have to show for it? They have a game that is honestly less finished than Monsters and Memories. And I don't think that Monsters and Memories is close to finished either. But at least I see progress with this game. Every time they do an update, I see progress. This game is a 2 steps forward, 1 step back. Like, I see issues every time they do an update in Monsters and Memories. There's an issue. But I see progress. Look at that. I didn't have to ask for Speed of the Wild. Yay! But I mean, I don't know. I'm a bit bitter on it, you know, so I probably sound very, very bad right now, and I totally understand that. I'm just very bitter because I was very hyped for that game for a decade. And then when I actually got to play it, I was when I finally got to play the game, I was disappointed, but I was still hyped for it. And then it continued to disappoint me over and over and over. So I'm very bitter on the game, and I know I sound like I'm bitter on the game. I'm just trying to prevent people from wasting time on it at this point. If you don't believe me, that's fine. There's nothing I can do about it. But it's like somebody going back. What if somebody told you to buy Bitcoin 20 years ago or whatever, 15 years ago, whenever Bitcoin became huge, right? If somebody told you 15 years ago to buy Bitcoin and you're like, Bitcoin's not going to do anything. And then 15 years later, you're like, dude, I should have totally bought Bitcoin. That's where I'm at with Pantheon. I'm trying to tell you that it's a waste of your time and money. Believe me or don't believe me, I don't care. But, yeah. Did you try Camelot Unchained Alpha on Steam? I haven't yet. I saw that it was $10, and I haven't tried it yet, but it is a PvP-focused game, and I'm not really into PvP games. So I probably won't try it, but it looks kind of cool. I was looking at that. I mean, that's what popped up when I popped up my Steam just a second ago. I was looking at it yesterday. I didn't realize it was out there for $10 right now. I have no idea. It's the best game I've played. Just kidding. That is also the same as Pantheon. That's what I've heard. I heard it's kind of bad, but it looked kind of cool. I'm on my 5th Discord ban from Pantheon. Yeah. So do you think that they save content for 1.0? Do you think what we see is what we get? No. They're not saving Pantheon is not being saved for 1.0. No. Absolutely not. Pantheon is just a disaster. They literally don't, like... I try not to, like, say negative things about the developers themselves, like people and, like, specific people. Because I like these people. Like, Joppa's who I'm referring to right now, okay? Just to very quickly get there. I like Joppa. He's a very nice guy, right? But he is not a game developer. He just is not. He should not be the lead, whatever, director, whatever the heck he is on Pantheon. He's not good at it. And he shouldn't. I don't think that he needs to be doing it. Somebody else needs to take that place. Joppa could be a hype man. He could be like their community manager. He could be a lot of different things for that company. But being the lead developer for that company, it just doesn't fit. And, you know, I don't know, or whatever it is, lead designer, whatever he was, whatever his title is, just doesn't fit, man. And I'm not trying to be mean about it. You just people are good at some things and they're not good at some things. For example, I probably shouldn't be a content creator. I probably shouldn't be a Twitch streamer. I'm not good at it. I enjoy doing it, but I'm not good at it. So I probably will never make it big. You know? It's the same thing. If I actually want my stream to take off and want to be a popular content creator, I really need to change the way that I go about doing this. Right? Pantheon could hire Nick. Again, I like Nick, right? I have nothing against Nick. I disagreed with his development processes. I disagreed with a lot of his takes on game development. And I think a lot of other people did too. So, yeah. But there are going to be people that like what Joppa's doing with Pantheon. And there are going to be people that liked what Nick was doing with Monsters and Memories. And that's fine too. Like, you're entitled to your opinion. I don't know what to say about it. You're entitled to it. I disagree with it, but you're entitled to it. And you can disagree with my opinion. And, you know, that's fine. I just don't want people to waste their time. So they have had 3 world builders for several months now. And they have done nothing in your mind. I mean, I'll be honest. The last time I played Pantheon was the start of the PTR, and I was not impressed. So, to answer your question, no, I do not believe they are doing a good job. Do you suppose Brad dying doomed the project? No, I think Brad starting the project doomed the project. Brad McQuaid, and I hate to say this of a someone who is deceased because he can't defend himself. Brad McQuaid made an amazing game in EverQuest. But EverQuest had a lot of problems. But he made an amazing game in EverQuest. Because right place, right time. It was a very good timing, and there was a lot of luck factor there. Just a lot of things going for it. But Brad McQuaid really didn't make very many good things, to be honest. He made something that we all have nostalgia and love, but it doesn't necessarily make it a good product, especially in today's market when we have dozens of other MMOs that we could potentially play. You got to make something good. You got to make something that stands out. And I don't think he did that since EverQuest. Like, EverQuest stood out. It was different. It was unique. You know, were there other games similar to it? Yes, there were a few. But it was still unique. It still had its own special features, special qualities. But yeah. Can't do that today. You got to do something. You got to stand out in the space. Same thing with like Richard Garrett. Same exact issue. He made some cool Ultima games, Ultima Online, but eventually, you know, his stuff just kind of fell apart. You didn't like He Who Must Not Be Named vibe stream? Yes, coding. I didn't like it either. After Pantheon adds the island and ocean areas and boats, starting cities and all races. Yeah, I mean, give me a starting city. Why are we 12 years into development and we still don't have a starting city? Like, go to Thronefast and go to that city in Thronefast. Is it still white walls everywhere and zero texture on anything? That's the problem I have with Pantheon. Not specifically that, but that's an example of the problem I have with Pantheon. We can't even get a starting city. Pantheon had perception and climate fractures. That's unique to you? This game has both of those things. You know, hate to spoil it. That's not a unique thing. A lot of games have weather and perception system, and like that's not a unique thing. And they don't really work that well. Like, they've been broken in Pantheon for a very long time. Are they functioning properly yet, or are they still working on that? Because it's, you know, it's been almost 2 years since Pantheon released into early access, and they haven't fixed that. So, yeah. Yeah, is the Pantheon perception in the room with us? Yeah. Blink twice if you need assistance. This summer for Pantheon, for perception, but really picks up next year. My perception of their perception system is not good. Garrett's Shroud of the Water was also a complete flop. Yeah, exactly. Richard Garrett, like, he made some great Ultima games. Fun, super awesome Ultima games. But yeah, then he made that Shroud of the Avatar, and it was just god-awful. You seen the 2026 roadmap? Yes. I actually did a video, and I was following Pantheon again. When they started talking about the spring update, and they had those, like, weekly... or the daily updates or weekly updates, whatever it was they did. I did a video on every one of those. They got me super hyped again when they started talking about that stuff. Then I went and played the PTR, and I was like, are you kidding me? They went backwards again. That's when I gave up on them. I completely gave up on them. I mean, keep going. Like, Kurgan, you are clearly a fan of Pantheon, and more power to you, man. If you love the game, then go for it. Like, when did you start following Pantheon? Just out of curiosity. And don't lie about it to make it sound like you've been following it for a super long time. Like seriously, when did you start following it? When did you find out about the game? When did you first start playing it? All that kind of stuff. I like it. Been around 7 years now. And you've been following the game for 7 years, and you still think that they're going to make progress on it? Really? Like, 7 years ago means that you probably watched Carnage stream the game. And you saw the footage from that stream, and you saw all of that stuff. And then you compare that to what you have now, and you still think that that game is going to be developed and finished with all the things that they're claiming they want to do with it? Wow. I don't know what to tell you then, man. I don't know what to tell you. I have some ice that I can sell you in Alaska. I think that's the saying, right? Isn't that the saying? I can sell you ice in Alaska or something? I don't know what to tell you, man. Like, you clearly just you think that game is going to be the be all end all game, and there's nobody that's going to be able to change your mind. It's just not going to happen. Pantheon has some good bones, but they never meet their deadlines. Exactly. That's what I'm talking about, Stimulus. Like, I was right there in that same thing. Like, I think that Pantheon, the ideas that Joppa has, some of the things they've done in Pantheon is great. The foundation of Pantheon seems good, but they continually say, here's what we're going to do, here's the deadline, and they fall short every single time. They have not once, since I have been watching that game for over a decade now, not once actually followed through with what they said they were going to do. I'm realistic. They have been a few devs for a very long time. That's an excuse. That's an excuse. There have been singular devs that have made better games. Project Gorgon was one guy. Well, it was two people. It was a guy and his wife. Or a couple, I should say. Anyway, his wife is now passed. But those two people made Project Gorgon. That game is now in 1.0 and released on Steam and all this kind of stuff. And it's a better game than Pantheon. And it was one person, really. It was one guy with the support and help of his wife. So to say that you have a small team literally means nothing to me other than an excuse. I just, I don't know. I don't know what to say, dude. I don't want Pantheon to fail. I really don't. I just keep saying that I think it's going to fail with what they're currently doing. I don't want it to fail. I'm not trying to make it fail. I'm not actively going like, hey guys, I'm going to go out in public and get on their Discord and tell everybody the game sucks. No. I'm saying it on my stream, sure. But I'm not actively going out and trying to ruin the game. They're doing that all on their own. Project Gorgon story breaks your heart? It does, yeah. That's a sad story. Very sad story. Their team is even smaller than the number because yeah, exactly. That's another thing. Pantheon has a lot of overhead costs that are irrelevant. Like, they don't need any of that stuff. They have like a whole administrative, like they have HR department. They don't ever fire anybody, so I don't know why they have an HR department. I don't know. It's a whole thing. I wish somebody would have told me. Well, I don't know. I probably wouldn't have believed him either. If somebody would have told me 2 years ago when early access started with Pantheon, if they would have said, hey, dude, you're not going to be happy with this game, I wouldn't have believed them. I wouldn't have believed them either. I would have been like, nah, I think they're going to do great. And I would have been on that same hopium train. So I can't blame you. I don't blame you at all. I really don't. Like, I don't know. Anyway, let's not talk about Pantheon anymore. I don't have anything good to say about it until they prove it. Time will tell. Okay. It's been 12 years, man. It's been 84 years. How much time do you need? Please tell me, how much time do you need? The longer you stay in a relationship with somebody that you don't have a connection with, the more bitter you become about the time you spent in that, right? You have other things to do? What? Like dying? Oh, man. GTA 6 will be out before Pantheon? Literally, because it's coming out in November. GTA 6 is coming, man. It's right around the corner. No one in this chat has other things to do. Pantheon versus Star Citizen? Who you got? That's a tough one. Man, that's a tough one. That's rough right there. I think if Pantheon had Star Citizen money, then maybe Pantheon would come out first. But Star Citizen, man, they spent over $1 billion on that game. 1.2 billion raised so far for Star Citizen. Wow. Is that really the new number? I knew it could hit over $1 billion. But God bless, dude. People that have been waiting for Star Citizen, holy moly. Man, there's still people. Here's the thing. There's still people with Ashes of Creation that are still like, nah, guys, Steven is going to pull that out. He's going to make Ashes of Creation happen. You just wait. And I'm like, what? Really? You think so? Okay. Dude, Ashes of Creation has crashed and burned. It's over. No, there are people that still support Ashes of Creation. That's why, like, when people support Pantheon, I'm like, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know. Because, yes, people still support Ashes of Creation. Go to their Reddit. Go to their Reddit. You'll still see people talking about it. I mean, some of those are probably people that are doing it for the memes, is my guess. But there's still people out there that are like, nah, man, Steven, he just needs legal fees paid for it. Like, dude, Steven's got plenty of money that he stole from you. He doesn't need more of your money. People are crazy. It's like a Ponzi scheme. I mean, it literally was a Ponzi scheme, but it's like a Ponzi scheme in real life. People believe it. They believe it's going to happen. They believe it's going to pay off in the end. People get duped all day, every day. And I honestly just feel bad for them. Compare Ashes of Creation to Pantheon? Absolutely. Absolutely. It's just a matter of time before it comes out. What are they doing with the millions of dollars? What did they do with the original millions of dollars that they got? That Brad McQuaid got? What happened to that money? Like, Pantheon and Ashes of Creation are two peas in the same pod. You just don't want to see it because you're on the hype train. Just like the people that are Ashes of Creation people that are on that hype train, they really want that game to come out. They love it so much that you can't say anything bad about it. You went to Brad's nose candy? That's what people say. I wasn't going to say it, but you did. People say that he squandered millions of dollars on stuff. Just like... The one thing I love about Actual Creation is MLM scammers scamming the other MLM scammers. Yeah. The people I feel the worst for, though, about Actual Creation are the developers that thought they were making a game. Just like Joppa. I feel like Joppa truly, honestly believes he is making Pantheon the game, and it is coming out into 1.0. I believe that he believes that. And I feel for Joppa. And I feel for other developers that are making Pantheon. Like, I have nothing bad to say about them, but something is not right. Something does not sit right with me with Pantheon. I've seen what they've done the last 3 years. What people saying about Brad is history. It's not now. I mean, yeah, you're right. It's not. You can't spend that much money on cocaine. You know what I mean? Maybe. I don't know. Went from his wife's doctor and the business, took their cut at the same time. Yeah. I do too, Kurgan. Like, don't hear me incorrectly here. I really hope that Pantheon comes out into 1.0 and it is an amazing game. I really do, truthfully. I just don't believe it'll happen. I've known people who sold cocaine just to be able to do it all they want, and they could have gone through millions of dollars worth of that fast. Oh, yeah, I mean, yeah, it's not, when people say that it went through Brad's nose, the cocaine and all that kind of stuff, it's not just the drugs, guys. Like, it's the things that go along with the drugs. Drugs alone are not as expensive as you think they are. It's when you do the drugs and then what you spend the money on while you're on drugs and the legal fees to get you out of going to jail for doing the drugs, all of that stuff. There's a lot of other... As an economist, I know I talked about this a lot. People are probably like, oh my God, here it is again. It's not the one thing, right? It's this one thing and how it affects all these other things. Yeah, you got to pay who you're snorting the drugs off of. Anyway, family-friendly stream. We're not talking about drugs and hookers here, guys. We're not doing it. Or I'm not doing it. How amazing it'd be rest on Perception next year would tell the story. Yeah. Kurgan, come back on June 21st and tell me about the spring update, because that'll be summer. That'll be, because that's the closest thing that I can think of. That's the closest thing that I can think of to say, like, to get a time frame, right? To get an actual timeline. Otherwise, I'm gonna be like, well, come back at 1.0, and then I'll just never see you again. But I do believe that their spring update is coming. I just think it'll probably happen sometime in summer or fall. That's just me. Yeah, but come back on this for the spring. Oh, I'm not fully manned yet. Yeah, come back when the spring update finally actually hits. You know, I don't know. You'll probably, the thing is though, you'll probably still have good things to say about it. That's the only issue. Like, then I would have to actually go play it and waste another day playing that game and talking about all the things that they did wrong again. And I don't really want to do that, so. Yeah, I went back and played the PTR. I should have never done that. I think the spring update will be spread out. I'm realistic, but things are coming for sure. Well, it's a spring update. It's got to be in by spring, right? Otherwise, why would you call it the spring update? That's the whole point. That's exactly it. It's being rushed. The game is being rushed. Is it going to come out with a spring update? Absolutely. I'm sure on like June 20th, they will come out with a spring update and they will launch something. And it's going to be rushed and it's going to be a mess and things aren't going to work right. And people are still going to defend it and be like, nah, but it's still coming, guys. It's still coming. They're talking about spring of next year. Like, holy moly, man. That's realistic? That's just hopium. Realistic is... I'm just going to wait till 1.0. If the game comes out in 1.0, then I'll play it. That's realistic. Because realistically speaking, that's probably not going to happen. Wizard looks good for soloing. I think I'll run one tonight. Yeah, Ryan, the Wizard is very good for soloing. However, know that it is probably going to change Monday? June 7th. Whatever June 7th is. Is that Monday? It's probably going to change quite a bit, so it may not be very good anymore. That's why I'm trying to get this to 60 before then. I'll probably get it to 60 tomorrow. Depends on how much I play tonight. I played for a long time tomorrow. Trust me, bro. Yeah. Helter Smelter, I don't get it either, but, you know, whatever. The issue is you may be more realistic than the devs. The devs said it would be done in spring. Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. The devs said that the spring update would be out, and the update would include all classes having all their abilities up to level 50 and having like all this stuff, right? That's what they said it would have. And it's not going to have that. Where did I say Pantheon would be good at 1.0? That time's long past. It's definitely coming out now, though. I think it'll come out in 1.0. I just don't think it's going to be finished. And then people are going to be like, well, it's a work in progress. It's an MMO. It's never finished. Okay, cool. There's literally never... You can't win in this situation. You cannot win the argument. They're not going to concede, and they're always going to say that it's going to happen. It's going to happen. And it's like, okay, well, we need to have like firm dates. Like, otherwise it doesn't happen. You need to have something. Like a guy came in one time and we were talking about Pantheon and he bet me. He goes, I bet you it'll come out in 1.0. And I'm like, when? And he goes, I don't know. He didn't have a date. And I was like, okay, then how do you take that bet? Because you can always, until the day that one of us dies, say the game is coming out. So literally, I can never win the bet because it may never come out in my lifetime. So why would I ever take that bet? Like, that's the problem with it. Pantheon will be a scam no matter how much content they release until 1.0 releases? No, I think it's going to be a scam after 1.0. I don't think it's a scam, though. Like, let me back up, right? I said just a few minutes ago, I don't think Pantheon is a scam. I legit think that they are trying to build a game. They're just not good at it. They're not. Like, they're just bad at it. So, yeah, sure, the game could come out in 1.0, and it's not going to be a scam. It's just not going to be good. And yeah, good is a relative term. Good for what? Like, good according to whom? So, like, that's the problem with the entire argument is I don't think it's going to be good. I don't think that it's going to be successful. But who determines success? Who determines if it's good or not? Like, That's the problem. I can never win the argument that you're trying to have. Never. It's impossible. Literally impossible. The game, I will say the game will never come out in 1.0 in the state that the devs are saying they want to release that game in. It will not happen. It will come out in some 1.0 fashion, sure. Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. I don't think it will, but it might. I think they're going to run out of money before 1.0 actually hits. But what they're going to do instead, the scam side of it, just like Ashes of Creation, we're running out of money. We need more money. Okay, let's call it 1.0 so people buy it. Right? And then people will buy it, and then people will say again, oh, they're still building the game, they're still developing it, they're still doing this, they're still doing that. You can't win the argument, man. You can't win. MMOs are never finished, technically. Ever. They're just not. Don't feed the troll anymore? Yeah. It's about to explode. Yeah, I can't, I don't know what else to say about it. I can't say anything else about it. Someone is sounding like an undercover Pantheon dev. We might have some of those sometimes in here. I don't know. They're burning money fast right now with everyone working and nothing coming out. Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah. Winning an argument doesn't get you anything anyway. It doesn't. Yeah, you're right, Droid. It doesn't. New World is finished. Same with Destiny 2. New World is finished. Well, they stopped developing New World, but it's not a finished game. New World never got to where they actually finished it. They just were like, we give up. We're throwing in the towel. Right? It's not making us enough money to continue to develop this game. That's my take on New World. Like, I have zero, like, this isn't even just like a Visionary Realms hate thing either. I have zero intentions of buying anything, any game that Amazon makes because of the New World situation, the Lord of the Rings situation. Both they keep trying and talking about doing something. The difference between the two, though, is Amazon at least says, hey, that's not making us enough money. We're backing out of it. AOC is finished. AOC never finished. They're just done. Right? Like, AOC is not going to be finished either. They're just done. Hey, what's going on, Erie Henny? How you doing, bud? Dead is finished. I played Mortal Kombat. I like that, Sal. I like that. I'm good with that. He's the guy who sifted. See, that's another thing, Helter Smelter, that sits wrong with me. Is the streams that these devs are doing, right? And then they're taking donations or they're taking subs and they're making thousands of dollars a month. But that's going directly to the person, not the company. That also does not sit well with me. It didn't sit well with me with Joppa. It didn't sit well with me with Nick. It does not sit well with me. But look at Sean. Sean doesn't even have that turned on. There's reasons he doesn't have it turned on. Cool, we can go into that. He doesn't even have it turned on. You cannot donate money. You cannot give money to Sean. Now, you can to like ZBrushed or Zukin or those kind of people, but do they get money? How much money are they getting donations for? Not thousands of dollars worth. It rubs me the wrong way too. Yeah, it always rubbed me the wrong way. I always felt like there's something wrong here. Like this is not good. You are working for a company and eventually getting paid. In Nick's case, Joppa's case, he's literally getting paid to do the streams by the company, but then also making money as well. That's like if you work for, go work for, let's say a plumbing company. I think that'll work, right? Would that work for what I'm trying to say? Go work for a plumbing company and then be like, oh, by the way, I'm willing to do some other side jobs. You'd get fired real quick. Quickly. It should be an official channel to promote the game. Absolutely, it should be an official channel. I think that all these companies and these people that are doing these streams, I think it should be an official channel. If they're going to stream development of their game, it should be Monsters and Memories, Twitch channel. It should be Pantheon Twitch channel. And that money should go to the game development. That could be somebody's job within the company. Like that could, you're our hype person. You're our content creator person. You're the one that does the Twitch streams. We're going to pay you X amount of dollars, but all the money from the stream goes to the company. I mean, that's how it should work. I'm a master plumber, can work for a company and usually always does side work. Yeah, well, you can do side work. You could do side work, sure, but what I'm talking about is like you go in and you're building somebody's house, like the company gets I don't know on plumbing, right? I'm not going to try to say it that way, but the company is the one that gets you the work. And then you, when you're there, are like, hey, I'm going to upsell them thousands of dollars of work, but we're doing it for cash on the side. I'm pretty sure there's a legal issue with that. Like, can you work for a cable company and legally give somebody free cable and be like, hey, give me $50 and I'll give you free cable? I'm pretty sure there's a legal issue there. I'm not a lawyer, but I'm pretty sure there's a legal issue. That's completely different. You get the point. Right? You get what I'm saying here. I work for Best Buy and I'm selling video games out of the back of the store. You can't do that. Asmongold doesn't accept subs either, but that's to advertise no ads. Make some money for the game instead of Wall Street. Yeah. So Asmongold, though, I don't think he can monetize his channel because Twitch banned him or something, didn't they? I don't know. I don't know much about Asmongold in that situation, but I thought that they banned him. You can do side work and trades, but typically not with company resources and tools. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, that's what I mean. There you go. Glucose, you put it a little bit better. You're not going, hey, I'm going to take the company truck, the company tools, the company resources, and go do a side job. No, you're doing that on the side with your own resources. That's a different thing. Completely different thing. He's talking about not Asmongold, has been gold. Pretty much non-existent for a few years now. Yeah, I don't know much about that. Twitch wants him to monetize ads, but he won't. Oh yeah, that's probably because he doesn't. He's trying to stick it to the man. Is that what Asmongold's? That's probably his angle. I'm gonna stick it to the man. I don't want Twitch getting any of my money. Do we even know how they divide the money? Just curious. Who? Joppa and other people that stream development of games? We do know. They've literally said it. Out of Joppa's mouth, the money goes into my pocket. Out of Nick's mouth, the money goes into my pocket. Yeah, yes, we do know how they divide the money. They take it themselves. It goes directly into their bank account. Allegedly to stick it to the man? Yeah. That's what I figured Asmongold was doing. I'm going to stick it to the man. No politics though? Yeah, I'm not doing politics. Not doing it. Money talks, man. Money talks. The thing is though, like with Asmongold, he can do that because he already has enough money. He already makes a ton of money, so he can absolutely do that. But somebody that doesn't have the kind of money that he has, you don't generally see them doing stuff like that. I wish we all had enough money to be like, nah, we're going to stick it to the man. That'd be awesome. Shouldn't it be impossible for any conversation not steer towards politics? It's getting there, yeah. It's getting really close. He still makes more on YouTube, so he doesn't need it. Yeah, he makes a ton of money from YouTube. I mean, I make more money from YouTube than I do Twitch. And I don't even do much on YouTube. So, yeah, YouTube pays way more. I make very little money on either one, by the way. Just to throw that out there. But I do make more on YouTube than Twitch. What's your opinion about the new feature, consignment? Consignment sounds cool. Yeah. Did they say like that popped up recently? I saw that in where's it at? Oops, wrong thing. I saw that here. Offline trading. People starting to talk about it more and more and more, and it's like it's a new thing. But Sean's been talking about this for a long time. He's been talking about this for a very long time. There was a new post in game announcements. Okay, let's go look at that. New feature. Oh, okay, this one right here. I have not read this. We can read it. New feature in 25. This is the update supposed to be coming out on June 7th, by the way. In order to facilitate player-to-player trading, we wanted to create a system that allows to safely entrust others with selling your items for you. Consignment bags. A new type of item that can be found at some merchants' consignment bags. Okay? Obtain and equip one of these to unlock the ability to sell items on behalf of another player. Cool. Consigners. Players who own the item to consign can open a trade window with you and press the consign button in order to configure the details of a consignment. There will be here we will define a consignment price and duration before completing the trade. Once you have the consigned item in your bag, it's up to you to sell the item for them. Okay? Selling consignment items. Consigned items can be sold to either a merchant or other players. Interesting. But it must be for at least the price set by the consigner. Once you sell it, that defined amount will automatically be deducted from the sale and sent to the customs agent near that zone for the consigner to retrieve, minus a small commission fee. Hey, money sinks. That's what I like about it. I already found it. It's a money sink. Any extra profit goes straight into your pocket. Getting rid of consignment items. If you are unable to sell the item by the allotted time, the item is returned to the nearest custom agent to sell the item. You can purchase it yourself, right-click it, trade it back to the consignor, or destroy it to end the consignment. In the third case, it would be sent back to the consignor via a nearby customs agent. Okay. Yeah, this is exactly what Sean's been talking about for a while. None of this is actually new, other than minus the fee right here. I think that's kind of new-ish. But that's absolutely what he's been talking about for a while. And I think it's a good idea. I like the idea of it because not everyone wants to sit in town and sell items. I personally hate sitting in town and being like auction and trying to barter with people and all that. I don't like doing it. It's just not a fun gameplay for me. However, I don't mind going out and camping items and getting items. In this case, I can go out and camp the item, and then I can get with a consignor, and the consignor can say, hey, I'll buy that item from you for 10 gold, or I will sell it for you for 10 gold, or try to anyway, get 10 gold out of it, and get you the 10 gold. And then if they can sell it for 11 gold, 12 gold, more, or whatever over that 10 gold, then they make the money. And that's where consignment makes money. They are they're brokers. That's all they are. Yeah, I don't have an issue with it. I think it's good. I think it's a good thing to have. Auction house with extra steps. It's kind of an auction house with extra steps, but it's not an auction house because there's always going to be player-to-player trading happening. Always. Went to lunch. You just got back. What is your corpse near the fire? I died last night. I accidentally nuked myself. So I need to get a res at some point. Whenever I can get Kaz to get on, I'll get a res. I'm not too worried about it right now. Seems random to you. You don't know why you would prioritize that over another system. I say that about a lot of things in this game. I don't know why the devs focus on A when I think they should be focusing on B. That's just what these devs do. I'm already checked out of it, to be honest. 2 sentences, and I was zoned out. Yeah, it's definitely different. Like, it's not a bad idea or anything, just way different priorities. Yeah, it's very different priorities. Like, I don't understand the priorities either. Like, why the devs work on something when I think they should be working on something else. I don't know. But to the devs' defense in that situation, and this goes for any dev for any game, including Pantheon, there are different devs that work on different things, right? So just because a dev is working on the consignment system doesn't mean that they're not working on classes balancing, or they're not working on monsters, or they're not working on raids, or they're not working on other things, right? They have different things that they work on. Whoever is developing that consignment system, like, if they're not doing the consignment system, what is the other thing they'd be working on? Who knows? And is that more or less important? That's the thing we don't really know. But I do agree with you. I don't know how the consignment system got moved up so high on that list. It seems kind of odd. It could work just like real life, open air market. Yeah. In a previous post, Sean did talk about how the consignment system can lead to auction houses or whatever, if that's what the player eventually wants. But it seems like, yeah, he did talk about that. Yeah, he talked about that here in that, well, wherever it was, in that thread that I was just looking at, this one right here. He mentioned They're trying something new. Come on, guys. Or guys, come on, whatever. They're trying something new. And if it doesn't work, then they might go to an auction house or some other type of thing. But they want to try out the consignment system, and, that's cool. Whatever. Try it out. Now's the time to do it in beta. Like, this is not something you need to be doing later. But I do agree that I think either an auction house or this consignment system to be able to take some of the money out of the economy, I think is a really good thing. We need some sort of money sink. And so, yeah, that's good. Get rid of the gathering, make it all gathering stuff, store bought, unlimited money sink. No, bad idea. Yeah, I disagree with that idea, but sure. Go ahead and put that onto Discord and let people know if that's what you want. Explain money sink to a layman. Okay, so it's an economic term, right? So when you kill an enemy in the game, you loot their corpse and you gain something, right? You gain coin, you gain pelts, you gain items, whatever they drop. So that's coming into the economy. A money sink is what takes things out of the economy. So if you don't have, like, if everything is always coming into the economy and nothing ever goes out, then inflation happens and everything just gets more and more and more and more and more expensive. Well, items get less and less and less expensive, but coin continues to go up. So everybody is super wealthy. So let's just talk about the coin side of it first, because it's much simpler to talk about the coin side of it first. So if every time you kill a mob, you gain 1 copper, but copper never leaves the system, right? So that 1 copper for every mob that is killed just gets added into the economy. Then eventually everyone has unlimited funds. Like the number is literally infinite, because it'll always increase. So then when people have millions of copper, once millions of monsters are killed and there's millions of copper in the world, in the beginning, let's say you're trying to buy a scrap of metal from another player. Well, in the beginning, when nobody has any copper, you might buy that scrap of metal for 1 copper. But later on, when everybody has, let's say, hundreds of thousands of copper, now that scrap of metal is worth 100,000 copper, right? So it causes inflation when you don't have a coin sink of some sort. Does that make sense? So you gotta take things out of the economy. Anything that drops on a mob needs to have some way to take it out of the economy. Some items are as simple as they're just vendor trash. The mob drops the item, and then you sell it to a vendor to make coin, but it takes the item out of the economy and it adds in coin in its place. So then now we got to figure out, how do we take the coin out of the economy? Things like your cloth scraps, they go into the economy when you kill a mob. They go out of the economy when you do tailoring. That's a cloth scrap sink. So it's an economic sink for scraps. What do you disagree with, the idea of getting rid of gathering, or that the idea is a good money sink? I disagree with getting rid of gathering. I think that gathering is a skill that should be needed or should be used. Otherwise, then people would just have a lot of money, buy all of the things they need, and then quickly level up their trade skills. They don't have to, there's no effort there. It's just literally you would find the best avenue of getting a bunch of money, and then you would buy everything off of the store, and then you would level up all your trade skills. Sure, it would be a money sink. It would take money out of it. It would take coin out of the economy and it would replace it with items. So it doesn't really do what you think it would do. Make all gear and XP be purchased with money. Unlimited money sink. Yes. Exactly. Kind of the same topic, but yeah, different way to look at it. I'm trying to get Pantheon to do the opposite. Take low-level crafting mats off merchants to simulate low-level farming of mats and crafter interactivity. Yes. Do they have that now? Are the low-level crafting mats on merchants? Yeah, that's bad. You need item sinks too? Yeah, exactly. You need item sinks too. 100%. Yeah, it's hard to explain that to somebody that doesn't have like an economic mind or hasn't taken economic classes. It's supply and demand. It's literally the most basic form of economics. Every time you kill a mob, increase in supply. Now you have to do something with the supply. There has to be a demand for this supply to decrease the supply. So you have to increase the demand somehow. Time sinks are good, but shouldn't be arbitrary added and should ideally make more sense. Commission and tax makes sense. It does, yeah. For money sinks. Equip an item could make it soulbound. 90% of drops should be soulbound. I think that's a good thing to do as well. Yeah, like I'm all for BOE items, like bind on equip items. I'm for more no drop items, more BOE items, all that kind of stuff. Because right now we're already seeing it's a problem. Inflation has been a huge thing in this game already. The economy of this game is not in a good place. The items that created could be worthless, and then maybe the scavenging thing could use those items crafted to break down and to make things that have limited use, like the climbing in the hand gliders and stuff. Well, yeah, but if you're talking about crafting, specifically talking about crafting, then if you buy crafting components, that's to level up your crafting. And that's it, right? Once you level up your crafting, then you only buy what you need to craft specifically what you want to use. Eventually, though, that's not an unlimited money sink. It'll eventually go away. Because eventually, you're going to be geared out. Every player's the demand is just going to, the demand starts up here, supply starts down here. Always. Like, this is how everything in the entire world works. Demand is here, supply is here. And eventually demand drops and hopefully supply increases. As the supply increases is what causes demand to drop. And you want to get them balanced. You want to make them into equilibrium. Oh, shoot. My speed of the wild's about to drop. I was not paying attention to that. So yeah, if you make it to where you can just buy every item, then the demand will drop a lot faster because the supply is too easy to get. You just buy it. So the supply just goes whoop, and the demand goes whoop, and it eventually goes like that, and it flip-flops. And then your supply is way higher than your demand. And you don't want that either. You want to keep them balanced as much as you can. Man's invisible hand. Oh, was it invisible over here somewhere? My bad. But yeah, it's all about a balance. And that's going to be the issue with this game going forward. Right now, the economy, the way it currently works, is not great. The supply is way greater than the demand currently in the game. even when a fresh start server, the supply is way down here on a fresh start server and the demand is way up here. But when you have forward thought and you think, okay, well, what's going to happen over the next 6 months? The supply is going to very quickly come up, and the demand is going to very quickly go down. And that's what's happening right now, and we're seeing it on this particular server. And that's what's caused the inflation on this server. That's what's caused things like the wood, for example. Wood, when the server first launched, wood was selling for 2 silver a stack. Now it's 5 silver a stack. Over time, it's going to continue to go up. As long as the supply and the demand keep readjusting, right? Like that's so. Why would the price of wood go up? Because the demand is up here and the supply is down here, but the influx of coin is way up here as well. So as people make more money and the demand of wood is still up here and the supply of wood is still down here, the cost of wood continues to go up. And that's inflation. I've noticed pretty wild fluctuations of prices of basic goods. Yeah, and that's what happens that's supply and demand. Like the other one, another very good example of how it's going to change over time is when the server first came up, the supply of copper was down here. The demand for copper was up here because people were trying to level blacksmithing and make that armor. Over time, it shifted. The supply kept going up. The demand kept going down. Then we were here. Then they introduced the crates. And when they introduced the crates and people started making crates and putting them in their houses and all that kind of stuff, the demand jumped very quickly, which depleted the supply. So now we're back down here with supply and demand of copper. And over time, that'll do this again. So you constantly have to be readjusting the supply and the demand for different items. Constantly have to be doing it. And that's going to be an issue with this game is they have to literally be watching that all the time, which they're probably not going to do. But you have to constantly be watching it and making adjustments to it. So let's say that in the beginning, nobody has any coin. Everybody wants to buy their spells. So we need to make monsters drop more money. Right? So monsters now drop more money in the very beginning. Over time, we could reduce the amount of money that monsters drop slowly because people don't need as much money to buy their spells. But they might need the money to buy something else. You know, so you don't really need to adjust it. This is just an example. New zones would help even things out. Well, when they add new zones, maybe some, depends. New monster types. Every time they add something to the game or take something away from the game, it will adjust the economy, or it will affect the economy in some way. You don't have to do it all, though. Invisible Hand will find balance. The Invisible Hand will find balance. A free market is better than a regulated one? It depends. It depends. Depends on what you're trying to do. Because, like, if we keep going in the current way that we're going on this game, on this particular server, it's going to end up where copper is going to start costing like a platinum per copper, right? That's going to take a long time to get there, but eventually it's going to be like every time you want to buy a copper, you need to spend a platinum, because people are going to have so much money just sitting in their inventory, and they're like, I have nothing to do with this money, like nothing to spend it on. So you have to adjust it. You have to adjust it. Sounds like the effects the data centers have on chip prices. I mean, it's all part of the same thing. I'm sure Flint, Michigan would agree with that. It's all part of the same stuff, right? It all works together. These data centers with the chip prices, because they're adding data centers, they're buying up all the chips. Because they're buying all the chips, the supply of the chips is going down, so the demand of the chips is going up. So the price of the chips goes up because the demand on the chips goes up and the supply goes down, which increases the price, which decreases demand and increases supply. That's how it all works. Like literally changing the price. If chips are $5 and the demand is up here with chips at $5 and supply is down here, and you increase the chip price to $10, the supply of chips will actually come up and the demand for chips will come down. That's how it works. I don't agree with communism, but people say it doesn't work. Well, I don't know. It's worked pretty well for China and Russia. It doesn't work very well. We've never tried pure capitalism. That is true. That is true. Yeah. Even the U.S. is not a pure capitalist economy. Most economies in the world are a mixed economy, believe it or not, including China and Russia. Actually, I want to say that isn't China socialism, or is it isn't Russia more socialistic? I think Russia has a lot of socialism to it. I don't think it's 100%. I think it's communist, but it's also got a lot of socialism. A mixed economy is generally the best way right now. Yeah, mixed economy is generally the best, which is what the U.S. is right now. The U.S. heavily leans toward capitalism, but it's not a capitalist. It's not 100% capitalist, but it heavily leans toward capitalism for sure. We have a lot of, believe it or not, this is going to make people freak out. We have a lot of socialism within the U.S. Your police department, your fire department, your schools, your roads, that's all socialism. Public roads and parks, you hate them? Right? Yeah, there's some good stuff to socialism. I'm not talking politics either. That's something that I do avoid is politics, but I don't mind talking economics. I love talking economics. That's fun for me. I'm glad I when I went to school, I'm glad I decided to do economics. It was just for me, it's just a fun thing to talk about. Very enjoyable. What's more political than economics? I mean, I'm not going to say, though, that the right or the left are better at it. That's where I don't talk about the politics. I'm not going to say that, who does better with it, because honestly, both sides are wrong and both sides are right. Our roads and schools are awful. That's another debate. You can debate on that. But how do you think our roads and schools would be if they were capitalist? Who's going to buy them? Who's going to pay for them? Then you would have nothing but private schools throughout the entire nation, right? So do you want private schools? Do you think everyone could afford a private school? So how would we educate our children? If you can't afford to send your kid to a private school, how would they get educated? Homeschooling? Are you going to be able to homeschool your kids? That's the problem with it. The Social Security? Yeah, that's a whole other thing. Like, who's going to build the roads? Who's going to maintain the roads if it's capitalist? Now, if it's communist, then the government would maintain the roads. But the governments would also tell you when you're allowed to drive on the road. Very different. Right? That's a communist versus a socialism road. And they would tell you where you go to school, when you go to school, and they would tell you what you learn, specifically what you learn. Now, that's where we're kind of communist in the schooling side of things, is because they do tell you in grades 1 through 12, or I guess kindergarten through 12, they do tell you what you learn and what what you're supposed to, what the curriculum is. So yeah, so it just depends, right? That's where the mixed economy comes from. The U.S. has some socialism, they have some capitalism, mostly capitalism, and they have some communism. There's a thing called Marxism. I don't know if you heard of that or not. It's another economic thing. It's all of those things. There's a lot. Have a lot of uneducated kids that will grow up to be adults that will one day run the economy. Exactly. That's what we will end up getting. What was that movie with the giant Costco? I always forget the name of it. We'd end up getting that movie. That would be our reality if we go that route. Private citizens build public use areas for personal financial gain. They do sometimes, yeah. Who maintains them, though? Wall-E. Idiocracy is the movie I was thinking of, yes. Wall-E is, Wall-E's a good flick, though, too. If it's communist, who will afford the cars to drive on the roads? The problem with communists isn't who can afford the cars. The problem with communists is you don't get to choose your car. The government chooses the car for you. They tell you, you are driving that car and you are driving that car. And it may not be fair. Because if you have friends in the government, they will be like, hey, we're going to give you a McLaren. If you don't have friends, we're going to give you that beater, whatever they call it. What do they call it? We called them jalopies, I think, back in the day. Is that what they still are referred to? I apologize if that's somehow racist or something. I don't know. If it is, please let me know and I will refrain from using it in the future. But we called them like beaters or jalopies or something like that. Old beat up cars that could barely make it down the road. Mixed economy equals taxes on the poor and socialism for the rich. I mean, there's good and bad to all of it. If it was actually pure communism, the people would decide how it's distributed? No, the government would decide. That's pure communism. The people don't get to vote in the government, and the government decides what to do with everything. Yeah, I wouldn't want to live in a communist state. I wouldn't want to live there. That'd be bad. I mean, there's some good things about it, I guess, but not a lot. I read Karl Marx. Tell me again what communism is? Or read Karl Marx? Well, that's Marxism. That's literally what I was talking about a second ago. Karl Marx created Marxism. Which is very close to communism. No, there's no pure of anything really anywhere in the world. Except for maybe like North Korea. North Korea might be pure communist. I don't know. I've never been. I don't know. But North Korea is not a place I would want to live. They would dictate who can have a PC probably, and some won't be able to enjoy MnM. That's true, yeah. Marxism is the progression from socialism to pure communism. It just never happened. Yeah, it's another thing. Um, 22. What did I do at level 22? Did I do Beatles? No, I didn't do Beatles. Yeah, it's right after. Night Harbor doing bats and bugs? No, that was like... I was doing that at level 10 to 12 in the cemetery. It was after... There was goblins and glass flats. Since you're doing just solo, how do you get gear? Or is it so authentic, old school MMOs that stats don't matter? I was able to get gear with my other character. So that definitely... You wouldn't be able to do what I did 100% solo. You would have to either buy gear or have another character to get gear with. But as you see here, I have over 1 platinum that I've made. So I could have bought some gear with that platinum. But yeah, you don't need a lot of gear. And I don't have like the best gear in the game. I have some decent gear, but it's not the best. Is it communism that is corruption that becomes that way? Or is it that the idealistic, perfect execution of what communism aspires to be, but never attains? Well, yeah, I mean, that's true. Yeah, like, I mean, communism can be good. Socialism can be good. Like, the ideas behind them can all be very good. If we could ever actually get to that point. But the problem is we'll never get to that point on any of those. Because people are going to have different views on what they believe to be better or worse for themselves. Like, if the entire world was communist and you had somebody at the top that was, you know, a dictator that was basically doing everything the perfectly, absolutely perfectly balanced and fair, then maybe it would work. The problem is nothing is going to be perfectly balanced or fair. Won't happen. Communism is good on paper, but only Jesus can make it work. That's a way to put it. Yeah. That is a way to put it. And socialism is kind of the same way. You know, it on paper, it looks really good. Idealistic about human nature being altruistic. Yeah. Human nature is just freaking terrible. We humans suck. We all do. The ideas are fine. It's always people that mess it up. Yep. And we are entering late stage capitalism, seeing the beginnings of how that also fails eventually without proper regulation. Yes, it is absolutely going that direction. Always comes down to the leaders not being representatives of the people because they weren't elected by the people. Well, even the people, I mean, we're getting into politics at this point, but even the people that are elected aren't necessarily representative of the people that elected them. You know, I don't want to get into politics, but that's, you know, the elected officials anywhere are probably more well off than the people that elected them. In almost every situation. Like, whether, it doesn't matter which side of the political spectrum you're on, they're all more well off. Now we're talking about rigged elections. It's not even about rigged elections. It's just that they're just more well off. Like, can you name a politician that's actually poor? You know, how much money do the president and the senators and all that, like, they make a ton of money. They don't make necessarily the most money, but they make more than probably anybody in chat. They make what, like 200-something thousand a year? Senators do. That's. I think I would be okay making $200,000 a year. What's the next class you're gonna play to level? I don't know. I haven't decided yet. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm going to work on alchemy and some other trade skill stuff for the rest of the week once I get this character to level 60. There's a couple quests that I want to work on actually as well. And then I think we're going to wait and see what the next deep dives are going to be and what comes in on June 7th. And I might pick one of those new classes for June 7th and start leveling up one of those. Maybe it'll be a group class. Maybe it'll be a solo class. We'll see. Can you name the president that wasn't a millionaire when he went into office? I mean, probably not. I don't know. I'm not a history major. So I probably couldn't even name a bunch of presidents. That's just not my area of expertise. Your rulers want to turn government over to AI overlords now. They kind of seem that way. Yeah. Jimmy Carter, Bill Clinton. So here's the thing, though. They go into office maybe not millionaires. They come out as millionaires most of the time. Coincidence? I don't know. But they also, most of them went to Ivy League schools. So maybe they weren't a millionaire, but they came from well-off families. Right? Like, how many presidents do not come from well-off families? Most of them have. On both sides. You know, they come from, a lot of them come from money. New Mexico doesn't pay their reps, but they get per diem to cover cost of living. Yeah, and it's like, you know, what are their cost of living? That's the thing. Like, where do you judge what their cost of living is? Do they need to have a $1 million house? Or can they make do in a $200,000 house or an apartment? Or, you know, like, That's the thing. Do they need to drive around BMWs or, you know, like what kind of car? Should they be driving around a Ford Taurus? If anybody owns a Ford Taurus, I'm not trying to pick on you, by the way. I'm not trying to say that's a terrible car. I just use Ford because it's U.S. made. And I think that, you know, we live in the U.S. Maybe all government officials should be driving U.S.-based cars. Just think that might be a good idea. I think Bill Clinton only had like $650,000 or something before he took office. That's still a lot more money than most people have. That was also back in the 90s. So $650,000 in the 90s was how much today with inflation and all that? Like, factor all that in, how much would that be worth today? $1 million. Like, I don't know the actual number, so that would, you'd have to ask Google what that would be. But it would be a lot. It would probably be, that would probably make them considered a millionaire. Right? Also, where did he go to school? Didn't he and Hillary both go to like Harvard or something? Or Princeton or Yale or one of those schools that the rest of us can't get into because we're not born into it? You think $650,000 is a 4-bedroom, 2.5 bathroom house? That depends on where you are. If you're in California, nope. That's a 1-bedroom studio apartment. If you're in rural Alabama, that's probably like a 6-bedroom or 8-bedroom house. You started this conversation. Be back later. Have a good rest of the stream. Nah, we're just kind of talking. I'm not talking about politics or anything. We're talking about economics. Food, housing, rentals. Once the term ends, they move out. So government housing, which is likely $200K a year for 6 years, pretty much. The whole college admission needs to be thrown out. The number of rich kids getting in legacy applicants is corrupt. It is, yeah. I watched that show, Your Friends and Neighbors. Have you guys watched that? So on Your Friends and Neighbors, it's all about a bunch of rich people that live in, like, they're not the Hamptons, but it's something similar to that. But they're just a bunch of really well-off people. And the main character and his ex-wife both went to Princeton, and their daughter was going into Princeton. And there's a whole scene where she goes in to apply to Princeton and has to have like this interview to get into Princeton. And she basically is sitting there going, let's be honest, I'm getting in because I have both my parents went to Princeton. They're both alumni of Princeton. They both donate, tens of thousands of dollars a year to Princeton, for the past 20 years. I'm getting into Princeton. And it's like they don't even have to try. They just get in. It's crazy. Oxford, Yale, Brown for sub-degrees, yeah. Clinton is the reason we don't have a free market with the rollbacks. Oh, that's a whole... That right there is a political thing. I'm not going into that. Nope. I'm out. Now you're getting into politics. I will talk about, like, something that is equal to all of them. But, yeah, when you start talking about specific things that specific people did, nope. Or did not do, nope. That's where you're going to start arguments. Not doing it. Georgetown is a pretty high required school in itself, education-wise. It is. Is that where Clinton and Hillary Clinton went? I think they went to the same school, right? People focus on affirmative action in college administration, and there's a big problem with legacy applicants. No one talks about. Yeah, no one talks about it because it's money. Affirmative action is for the people that can't afford. They you know, like that whole thing. But legacy is all about the money. All about the money. People that already graduated, they already make, you know, $1 million a year salaries, that kind of stuff, and they're donating to these schools. That's why they don't talk about it. Georgetown in undergrad, in those Ivy League schools, is that what it was? Yeah, makes sense. The server spikes are lame. They are, man. These server lag spikes, I've been seeing them a lot lately too. They are so annoying. Yeah, exactly, Isar. Like, yeah, you kind of, if you want to have kids in the future and you want them to go to the same school, you just make donations every year and you're in. That's it. Like, your kids will get in. As long as they are like, you know, halfway decent students, or you can keep them out of trouble somehow, like pay to keep them out of trouble. So you have 142 intelligence. How much does that increase your damage of your spells? We did it yesterday. It's about 10%. So every 15 intelligence is approximately 1% more damage with your spells. Around there. I don't know the exact number. But yeah, it's about 15 intelligence per 1% damage. It's about 12 intelligence. Is that what it is? Sure. We'll go with 12 intelligence. I don't know. It's around there. Did you ever find the Festival of Face Smasher on the Brother Sister Island? Yes. I found it. I used it for a while, and then I gave it away to somebody else. Let's talk about treats for character creation. Treats? What kind of treats? Do they drop random or only off named? The Festival Face Smasher, I think it drops off a specific named, but I don't remember. I got mine off of a named. But yeah, I honestly don't remember. Uh-oh, wait a minute. Hang on 1 second, guys. All right, sorry. My girlfriend was texting me some stuff. Where else did we go at anybody remember where I went at level 20-ish, like low 20s? I forget what I did. Sangles would work. Oh, that's where it was. Yeah, it was that side of the world. Yeah, we did the Keepers Bite animals over there. You did wildlife near Sangros. Yep, that was absolutely it. Thank you for reminding me, guys. Yeah, the chasm drakes, the wolves. Yep. Absolutely. That was good XP over there. It's a good spot. Government should pay for every college degree unless taxes are just stuff. I mean, yeah. We just need to get away. I think we need to get away from everybody needing a degree and like that emphasis that if you don't have a degree, you can't make money. It's just not true. We also need to get away from the fact that like depending on your job, people look down on you. Oh, you're a blue collar worker versus a white collar worker or whatever. Like, come on. That's just dumb. Trash and glass flats. Then you move to Keeper's Bite for bears, wolves later on. Yeah. Question for you for Nyx. I have one of the 3 keys. I think the blacksmith combined for them for the master key, and that's how you get to Nyx. Yes, Pew Pew. Yeah, you have to get the items. The 1, 2, 3. Yeah, there's 3 items, I think. And then you have to use blacksmithing to make the key, and that opens the door to get into Nyx. Yes. Once you have crafted that. Did Dusty Skeletons and then those beetles near the Dusty Skeletons fallen past? Yeah, that you could do those around like 24. The beetles, I think 22, 23, 24 maybe. I would say probably 24. College is not producing skilled people; it's producing socially centric people. It is, yeah. We need to stop pushing college. I do. I agree. Yeah, as the only option after high school, and start pushing trades. Yeah, I think that I agree with you guys. I think that college is important for some people, you know, depending on what you want to do with your life. But college is not important for everyone. It is not. It should not be mandatory for everyone, and not at all. It's because you need a doctorate to have a master's level education. Now you do. Yeah, that's true. Gen Z and Gen Alpha know this now. The idea of college has died with this generation. We'll see. The problem is the parents. The problem is going to end up being the parents of the current generation. Because you have parents that still believe their kids have to go to college to be successful. Because they were told they had to go to college to be successful. I mean, this is literally my life right now. You know, I got a kid, and if I were to tell my ex-wife, my kid's mom, that, hey, he doesn't need to go to college, she would probably disagree. She's a very highly educated person, and she thinks that it's important to go to college. I don't think it's not important to go to college. I just don't think that it's the only avenue. You need a 4-year college degree to get a high school education now? I don't know. I think it's backwards from that, to be honest with you. Like, I feel like some of the things that I learned in college, these high school kids learned in high school or are learning in high school. And I think that's been going on that way for a long time. I mean, the things that I learned in college or in high school is what my parents were learning in college. That was old college? What do you mean old college? I'm talking about right now. My niece is in college right now, and she's learning stuff that I would have probably gotten in a master's degree when I went to college. She was taking college courses in high school. Like pretty much everything she learned in high school is what I learned in college. Some college students can't read and can't do middle school math. That's how bad our education is. It is pretty bad, yeah. It's pretty bad. I agree with that, Italica. Yeah, I think that, like, and that's just because that's my background, like economics and finance and all that. Like, I just understand that. But I believe that high school kids these days should absolutely be taking some sort of finance class. I also think it depends highly on your state. Oh, yeah. I mean, a lot of things depend on your state and even more so your county. You know, like where you grew up. Like, I mean, a lot of that, it's like what sports team do you like? I would say 9 out of 10 people, it's going to be based on where they grew up. Right? It's not based on anything else but where they grew up. And I think that, like, your education is also this kind of the same thing. It's where you grew up. A lot of things are based on where you grow up. They lowered the requirements to graduate when COVID hit from C to D. D's for done, dude. I was a very much a D student when I first went to college. I will admit it. D is for done. So when I went to high school, yeah, D was passing. However, a 70 was a D in my high school. It was like an A was 100 to a 92. A B was 91 down to like an 84 or something like that. It was different. So, like, you could get a D and pass, but it was technically a C because you were 70 percentile or higher, which was technically a C. So, like, it was weird. It was really weird. C's get degrees. There you go. They changed the credit requirements. They tried to change the credit requirements on me. That's why I graduated. I ended up graduating, well, not early, but I was going to go for a double or even triple major. I was going to get a major in accounting, or sorry, in economics, and then a minor in accounting and finance. But I decided to not do that. Well, I didn't really decide. They decided for me because they changed my my credit requirements. They were like, if you do not graduate by this date, your credit requirements are going to go to this other thing, and I would have had to take like another year of school. Some states are making F 24 or below, and a D is 24 to 40, and a C is 40 to 50? What? So you could have a B if you have a 50? Well, that's crazy. That is nuts. I don't think it's like that where we are, because my son just got straight A's. He just got all like straight A honor roll. I just went to his school. I hope that he didn't get 75 across the board. I remember seeing it. He got straight A's, and I think it was a 9. I think his is 90 to 100. That's an A. Idiocracy's coming. It is incoming, yes. Dude, like that movie was spot on, man. That movie was spot on. Costco's are getting bigger and people are getting dumber. It's nuts. But yeah, if you get 20, if you can finish high school by getting 25% correct answers, getting a D, and that's 25% correct answers, that's bad. That's literally guessing on a Scantron. Right? Like if you guess, you have a 25% chance to get the answers right on a multiple choice for a multiple choice question. Like literally, you can guess. There's a problem with that. Why are all these beetles right now? What the heck? All right, we're going to get all these beetles all at once. I had a professor in high school in my accounting class. And he said if you were the top 20% in the class for all these quizzes, he would do a quiz every week. Every Monday. He would do a quiz of what we learned the previous week. So you had to retain the knowledge over the weekend, which a lot of kids in my class did not want to do that. But if you were the top 20% in the class, so out of 40 students in the class, the top... Oh, shoot. I got an extra beetle here, and I didn't mean to. Hang on a second. If you were the top 10 in the class on those quizzes, you could exempt the final exam. Just exempt it, and you automatically get a 90 on it, is what it is. Or you could just take the grade that you had, I think. Something weird like that. But you had to be in the top 20%. Or if you were the bottom of the class. Like literally if you were the worst in the class, you could also exempt the exam. And these questions were all true or false questions. Every one of the true or false questions. So you had a 50-50 shot. So statistically speaking, you would always get 50% of them right if you guessed, or if you didn't know, statistically speaking, you get 50% right. So if you tried, you only had to be in the top 20%. But if you really, 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 really sucked and you're failing out, you could try really hard and literally give the wrong answer for the rest of the year, and you would be in the bottom. You'd be the bottom person. And if you did that, then he would let you exempt it. And it was a really funny thing. Like, we had one guy in our class that did it. He failed like the first two quizzes. He didn't do very well on them. So then for the rest of the semester, he actually studied really hard, and he ended up getting all of the answers wrong. So he was just incorrect. He was the worst. I thought that was a fun way to do that. Anyway, hopefully I explained that well. I probably didn't. High school diploma is meaningless now, is it? Might be. You need an associate. Okay, I see what you're saying now. Yeah, like you're saying that it's kind of like the backwards of what I was saying. It's not necessarily what you were learning in high school. It's how educated you are by the time you get out of college. You are now at a high school education. Because yeah, I see what you're saying. You get 10% for just your name. That's true for some places, yeah. I'm in California. Sadly, trades don't pay crap unless you are an owner. Well, I mean, owners usually make a lot more, but yeah, trade skills can make a lot of money. You make $100K with an 8th grade education? Yeah, I mean, you can. That's what trade skills do. Jonesing for another deep dive? Me too. I went to a state university and the science classes facility were very strong, but other majors were awful, not respected. Yeah, my college that I went to a state college as well, state university, Kennesaw State specifically, and it's one of the better business schools. Shockingly enough, let me look. I think it was like the top I want to say it was one of the top 10 for whatever weird reason. It probably isn't now. But that was a long time ago. Let's see. Where does Kennesaw State Business School rank? Highly rated both regionally and nationally. Executive MBAs tied for number 1 in the U.S. and tied for number 5 in the world by CEO magazine. Look at that. Online MBAs ranked number 50 in the U.S. and number 1 in Georgia by the U.S. This is where I went to school for my business degree. So I'm proud of myself. I'm proud of myself and my school. I can say that I went to a top school for business. Your uncle used to teach there? Oh, yeah? What did he teach? I had a friend in high school, and his dad was the dean of the art department. Georgia has some really great schools. Emory comes to mind. Emory's a good medical school, yeah. Very good medical school. I'm very proud of my education, even though it wasn't like a well-known school. Like Kennesaw State is not a well-known school by any means, but it is a top school in business. And I think it's also a top school in education and a top school in nursing. I'm a physicist and astronomer, and all I want to do is make video games now? Okay. Honestly, not 100%. It was a while back, but something to do with game design and such. Nice. It's awesome. I might have had him as a professor. I went to college, it was a while ago. And I took some computer programming classes back then. Sometimes you got to rip off the Band-Aid and change careers. You do, yeah. Sometimes. Let's see, what time is it? Okay. Very small world, yeah. Sham Chan, how you doing, bud? The issue is the older trade school guys don't even have high school diplomas. They don't, yeah. My dad is a trade skill guy, and he got his college degree when he was like 50 or something. I don't even know. And I think he only got an associate's. He's a trade skill guy. He's been building pools for years and years and years. I want to say he's been building pools since before I was born. He's been a pool contractor since then, which is 40. I'm about to be 46. He built the pool in the backyard of our house before I was born, or right around the time I was born. So it's been like 40 whatever years. Because schools were merged, they go from junior high school to trade school. So don't count for any other fields. Yeah. Anybody else do this? Like our state, or where I live, for a couple years, they don't do it anymore. But it was first. I need to get Speed of the Wild. It was first through or kindergarten. Excuse me, kindergarten through 4th grade, and then 5th grade through 8th grade in middle school. Which I thought was weird. Your mom's school was pre-K all the way through 12th? Wow. Do you use your second hotbar ability? No, not really. I mostly have that ability, so the intelligence, for the 5% increase in intelligence. So because I have 142 intelligence right now, I would probably only have like 135 intelligence without that. Somewhere around there. So I'm gaining like, 7 intelligence from that. Oh my goodness gracious. Okay. What the heck did I eat? Did I eat anything today? I don't think I ate today, did I? I'm breaking out in hives. This has been happening to me a lot lately. I've been getting these hives, and I think it's a gluten allergy. But I didn't eat anything today. Literally, I have not eaten all day. So where am I getting this gluten allergy from? Ew. They aren't even recognized as high school diplomas. Let's see. I may have to go here pretty soon. I got to figure out what I'm going to do for dinner, too. I mean, it's only 3 o'clock, but I got to figure out what we're going to do for dinner. Or just get an early lunch or something. Or a late lunch and early dinner. Look at that. That guy just knew. He just knew. Thank you so much. Ba, 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 ba. I got her that's awesome. I thought about going to be a teacher. I'm still kind of thinking about it, but I'm kind of not thinking about it. I really don't want to. Like, I'm not a good educator. I would get along with the kids because I'm a kid myself, but I don't think I'm a good educator. Wait, why is my alteration 298? What? What? Shouldn't that be out of 295? You can get up to 300 at level 59? I thought it was 5 per level, which means you can get 300 at level 60? I'm really confused. All right. Does your race have a bonus? Yes, it does. So I get this slippery ability. This is the every race in the game has some sort of ability that they get. I get slippery. Professors make 6 figures. Yeah, like college professors, they make a decent amount. I got a friend of mine is a high school teacher, and he makes 6 figures. He's a high school, I think he's a history teacher, but he's got his doctorate, and he's making over 6 figures. He's also been teaching for 20 years. So he's teaching for 20 years, and he has his doctorate to make 6 figures. Oh my gosh, dude. Are you serious? That stupid skeleton was not supposed to be coming down here. Tag nabbit. He got 10-year bonus. He got a lot. Yeah, he got a lot. He could actually retire right now. He could retire right now and collect like 70 grand a year or something like that, and not have to work for the rest of his life, but continue to get to make 70 grand a year. And I'm like, dude, if he waits until he's for another 10, if he gets to 30 years, he's gonna, based on increases and all that, he's gonna be making 100 grand a year for the rest of his life, without having to work, which is really nice. Anyway, I'm getting super itchy, and I'm kind of hungry. I'm going to go ahead and end the stream here. I appreciate everybody today. Sorry, I'm going to have to cut it short, like kind of abruptly. But yeah, I'm just like, I started breaking out in these hives, and I think it's, I think I need to find some meds. But I appreciate everybody hanging out today. It's been fun. It's been awesome. I will be back on here definitely by tomorrow morning, 9 a.m., maybe before. We'll see what time I get on. But usually 9 a.m. Eastern. And we'll be playing some more of this. I might get to level 60 tonight, which means that we'll do something different tomorrow than the wizard, or I might finish the wizard, depending on what I do tonight. I might finish the wizard to level 60 tomorrow, and then start working on some trade skill stuff, and then maybe start figuring out what we're going to do with the update coming on the 7th. So, yeah. Anyway, thank you so much, and hopefully I see you all next time. Bye!